Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWsecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Irving drives inside. Shot is good.
Wow. You know, I haven't really been in my room with free time. If I have been in my room, I've been sleeping or trying to.
It's amazing how humans just differ. Like tonight, I don't know, there's a decent chance I just don't see any of you, and I'm just like relaxing and chilling. I don't know. But Choppy has to be out and about. Just has to be. And you seem like you would probably need to get out and about as well.
It just depends. I'm going to try and see Hellman at some point today. I don't know if that's going to be a nighttime thing, though, or the afternoon.
That's cute.
If it's it's the evening, he's a homeboy. But otherwise, Nosebleeds and I were talking about maybe seeing a movie when they get off.
A movie?
Yeah.
All right. Well, make sure you pay extra for the AMC seats.
Not quite yet. Yeah, you shouldn't roll your eyes at me. I'm contributing to your future here. I'm helping your stock. I'll go to Cinemark just for your eye roll.
But you know what this game had that we haven't seen because this team doesn't do that. This game is unbelievable. Half-court ball movement. I was stunned. I didn't know what I was watching. I was like, oh, I'm watching a college basketball game? This is fantastic. This is actual real basketball. I thought it was fun. I thought it was an entertaining game to watch. I loved the way the offense flowed. The way that, and obviously you get, I mean, it seemed like everybody on the team was just a little bit more energized.
Yeah.
And they were faster.
Can we get differences in pace per game? Like
yeah, we can.
What the Mavs' pace was last night compared to what they are during the season? Because that is something that I think everybody just noticed, the pace. Kyrie Irving, as soon as he gets the ball in his hands, I mean, he doesn't even need to learn, like, the Mavs plays, right? He knows how to play basketball.
Yeah.
And instantly moving the ball to guys. Kyrie gave a quote afterwards, it's just easy when guys are selfless. Some people are taking that as a shot at people in Brooklyn. But, Bobby, ball movement, pace. The Mavs now, look, they shot it well, okay? They were on fire. They shot 52% from the field and 48% from three. But last night felt fun.
Yeah, and you mentioned Kyrie, like the little subtleties. I know people have already wondered, like, well, what if he's not bringing the ball up? What if it's like Luka bringing the ball up? And he brought it up the majority last night, but you watched him last night. I kept, like, marveling about how he moves without the ball, like how he's able to just, like, dish over to the top, and then, like, he's so smooth and has such a high basketball IQ. It was really fun to watch, and it helps when you come out of the gate and, like, Reggie Bullock is sinking 12 threes in the first quarter or whatever it is. Yeah. Now my one wet blanket moment here, and I don't want to throw too much on it, but they seriously cooled off on offense after the first quarter.
Absolutely.
Like it was
They had to. It was their season high.
They
scored 41 in the first.
The worst turnover average in the NBA, I can't remember who it is, Houston or somebody, is 17 a game. Mavericks had 18 turnovers last night, which you go, okay, that's a little more than the worst. Sometimes you have back. They had none in the first quarter. Yeah. Which means they turned the ball over 18 times in the last three quarters. They scored 40 points in the second and third quarter combined. They scored 41 in the first. It cooled off substantially, but they got it done. And, you know, Theo Pinson even came off the bench and played some ball. He had 4 assists. He made a couple shots. I mean, just look at the stat lines of Hardaway, Bullock, and Kyrie. Hardaway, 19 points, 6 assists, 5 boards. Bullock, 18 points, 6 assists, 5 boards. Kyrie, 24 points, 5 assists, 4 boards. You can get that kind of play from everybody, and if he can help facilitate that, then this is an exciting team.
And Luka looked happy. He was standing.
Yeah.
Hey, Anthony Davis, that's what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to stand up on the bench and applaud when your other Hall of Fame teammate is doing well. Luka just kept his hand hanging last night when the Mavs were hitting all the threes. Amazing was his quote to reporters afterwards to recap. I just get the heel right and get on the floor. Get on the floor so we can be glued to these televisions.
I'm going to be interested to see what happens because, you know, they don't play that fast with Luka.
No.
You know, this is actual real basketball. And then, you know, you got Slowy over there slowing everything down. So I'm going to start putting the hate on him.
What they call him yesterday on G-Bag, they called him Fupa Doncic. Very rude.
That's mean.
Very harsh.
That's Mike's old.
That is very harsh.
Now,
did you get the pace numbers?
They're not out yet for per game, but they are second to last in the league in pace in possessions per game.
So do I get to spike the football yet? on the other aspect of this team.
Spike the
mean?
football.
They're not just bringing Christian Wood back from injury. He's back in the doghouse. JaVale McGee gets back out there before Christian Wood does. Christian Wood plays 17 minutes.
There's no way. How do you go back in the doghouse when you haven't played and you've been hurt?
Well, I mean, he never was out of the doghouse. He was only in there for necessity, I think.
He was out for a little bit, but yeah, Christian Wood not starting is looking like an early Bobby victory. They went small. Hardaway, Bullock, Kyrie, Green, and Powell. So they decided to go really, really small against the Clips. Here is Kyrie Irving. Yes, we know about the blockbuster overnight that we all woke up to. Little pain in the rear end for the Dallas Mavericks with what the Suns did. We'll get to that. Here's Kyrie in the post.
No, just selfless basketball out there, playing the right way. I was telling the guys in the locker room, I just like how we didn't panic in those last 4 minutes. We stayed poised, and they made their runs, but we made everything tough. It just felt good to get this debut out of the way. Just been a long 96 hours, barely any sleep sometimes, and just packing my stuff up. It was the first time I ever got traded in the middle of the season, so it's new for me. But I'm excited that I'm here, and just keep things rolling now.
He really is like such an amazing talent. What are you laughing at?
I hear like his comments there, and it sounds like he touched down in Dallas and turned into Jason Garrett. We play basketball the right way, fundamental basketball. Everybody was all in.
I have a theory about a way to get all the new athletes to Dallas or to the Mavericks.
A way to get okay. All right.
We're gonna. I have our number one recruitment pitch. Okay.
All right.
No vax mandate.
It has nothing to do with. Well,
That helps.
that's warm. That's warm to my theory.
It's called freedoms. Okay, it's called freedom.
People like Kyrie, if you want to be outspoken, if you want to be Cole Beasley, if you want to be Kyrie Irving, come to Dallas, come to DFW,
Come to death row.
come to Texas, and we're not going to light you up. These media sessions are not going to be the same as in New York, and we as a media are not going to sit there and grill you. So if you want to be the outlandish, outspoken athlete in these times where everyone has a problem with everything and everyone touches on every issue, there it is. That's the number one recruiting pitch. It's not taxes. It's not the uptown lifestyle. It's you can come here, and Kyrie Irving, you can go ahead and spout off at your press conferences, and you can get away with whatever you want.
You just said that our sales pitch to these athletes is that we are simps.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
the sales pitch for the other teams. That's not the sales pitch, obviously, for the Cowboys. Because
That'll get magnified.
Because Mike
it
McCarthy was hoping for that pitch.
It gets
coming to
magnified
Dallas.
nationally, but we're still soft locally.
Ooh, I disagree. I think
you disagree all you want.
I think I'm a
You've been in
Cowboys
this
beat.
business for like 2 weeks.
I think
You're
well,
wrong. Okay.
I mean, I've
You're
been on the
wrong.
Cowboys beat every day, but
You're still wrong. This is a soft town. We always have been. We always will be. We're soft. Phoenix is a tougher media than we are. All right, we just sit there. We want to because we insulate. It is us against the world. That's the same thing in the SEC. That's why we all root for each other. It's us against everybody else. So we band together and we don't try to ruin us from the inside. And Texas is the same way. Okay, we are. It is us against the world. And if it's our guy, you don't talk bad about our guy, and we don't do that either. So we are a soft media. We're not going to go out there and like
stop talking bad about Kyrie.
It was my theory.
Yeah, I mean, today in today's world,
And the Kyrie thing did not blow up like I thought it would about him deleting the tweet. Now, maybe it's gotten lost in Super Bowl Radio Row week, but it did not blow up. I didn't see any Dallas local person write about it or have an article up, and that would be different if he was in New York, in my opinion.
I didn't watch like I didn't see if First Take did, and I'm sure they did.
No, I didn't see anything.
I didn't see if they did, but I know there were articles everywhere. So
I saw one article on Hoops Hype.
I've
been Googling to be right. Trust me.
Look.
I'm the one who takes the L here that it didn't blow up like I thought it would, but I just think it's an example of I probably should have saved it for later.
No, do it again.
My Mavericks theory.
Do it again.
No, right here. Forbes, CBS, Fox, New York Post. They all wrote about it.
That he erased the apology?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I did win. All right. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby brought to you by Rally House, Window Nation, and #1 Air here on DFW Sports Station. And now we get to the blockbuster. Was anyone awake for this?
No.
This was at 2 in the morning.
Or the Josh Hart trade? Yeah, that happened.
God,
later
have
at
I
dinner.
not seen any league react to a scrub this much getting traded as Josh Hart. Jalen Brunson almost broke down in tears, I thought. We got the Stars and Kevin Durant coming to the Western Conference. We'll tell you the breaking trade news. Adam Sandler ticket giveaway, the guest list, and did we go out and party it up again last night? It's all coming up right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Phoenix, the home of the latest blockbuster trade that we all woke up to. The Brooklyn Nets have dealt Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns in exchange for Bridges, Johnson, Jay Crowder, and four unprotected future first-round picks. So a new big three in the NBA, RJ Choppy, Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and now the Durantula.
Yeah, it's that is they really laid him on the table with this one. Like it was like
Woo!
we are going to go get it and let's go, and they did. So
New owner energy right here.
yeah, it's the guy who owns your place, Ishkabibble. That's the one. That's the new owner, right?
Yes.
He owns
Yes.
the cheesesteak place?
No, it's not
No,
it. It just sounds like the name sounds like it. I don't know what the last. I can't remember the last name. It sounds just like Ishkabibble. But this is a like for them. You know, if it hits, what do you care how many picks you gave up?
All right, if I told you that you could have had Kevin, I want you to compare the compensation that you gave up for Kyrie versus this. All things included, drama, blow up, everything. Which one would you have preferred the Mavs to execute?
Let's not confuse. Let's not forget, I should say, what a drama queen Kevin Durant is too.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Kyrie gets all the
Different level, though.
completely different level. He's still a drama queen.
Yes.
He is.
All right, he's still a drama queen. It's like he just happened to be hanging around the biggest drama queen in history.
Yeah.
All right, it's like you're a 6, but you're hanging around a 2. Okay, you're gonna look like Brad Pitt in his prime, or what so you know what I mean. So it's like, he's still nuts.
He's the one who put this together in Brooklyn. Like, Peyton underlined this and sent it to us. We were talking about it in the car over here. Harden, Irving, and Durant played 16 games together, y'all. That's it. 16. And the one who orchestrated all of this craziness is Kevin Durant. So make sure we hold that against him. He's the one who put that all together in Brooklyn.
I think, obviously.
And I thought they were trying to get rid of Chris Paul.
See, okay, so that's one of my points. How much of this do you think is also Chris Paul orchestrated? We know he's been one to orchestrate in the past. The fact that he was going to Brooklyn to play with KD in the Kyrie trade potentially, and now that KD's getting traded to the Suns, he doesn't go back, he stays. That sounds like KD and Chris Paul wanted to play together.
So which deal would you prefer the Mavs to execute?
Oh, I'd rather have KD.
I'd rather have the Kyrie trade just because.
Okay, but that includes everything, RJ. That includes the 4 firsts, unprotected.
I don't want to give up 4 firsts. I don't want to say. We're already. They're not going to pick again in the first round until I'm like 43 anyway. But like, I don't want to sacrifice 4 extra first round picks. Those are good players they sent to Brooklyn. Like those are not bad players. Mikal Bridges, Cameron Johnson, like those are good players. Jay Crowder, and so that's giving up 3 good players. That's giving up a lot of draft picks. KD's 35. Like this gives.
He's 35.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, and this gives you like I think from Kyrie, you made a minimal investment compared to the talent, and if it blows up, you can walk away from it quicker.
You can walk away from it in 3 months if you want to. With Kyrie.
You know what I'm saying? It's a complete reset
Yeah.
with Kyrie compared to the KD thing, where it's like you'd have to look. Brooklyn tried to trade in this offseason and couldn't. So there's more difficulty there.
Look, I'll take Kevin Durant's one of the 8 best players, 10 best players ever. We're close to it. Kyrie's not, and he's not close. I would take Kevin Durant any day of the week. You have to give up more to get him.
Man, if
you sell out to win.
If just watching Kyrie last night, like if you could guarantee that him and Durant played like 50 games, I think I could make a case of like Kyrie, the basketball player, being even with him or even better because of the involvement of getting everyone else involved. But just put it like this: I feel good about what the Mavs gave up. Looking at compared to this, I feel good about what the Mavs gave up. Now, there's a reason it all came at a discount, but look at the haul that it took to get this deal done between Brooklyn and Phoenix versus what the Mavs executed. And the other follow-up was brought up by Bobby. Why did the Nets take the Mavs deal for win-now players with Durant leaving?
Because they didn't think he was going to leave.
Well, they should have had a better gauge on it. They should have known how tight Durant and Kyrie were. They should have known Durant's reaction to it if Kyrie got traded. You don't trade. This is where being prideful, as Draymond Green put it, billionaire petty is different. And this is where being billionaire petty was stupid because they should have taken the Lakers deal. They could have had 2 first-round picks, Westbrook's expiring contract, versus win-now players in Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie when Kevin Durant was going right out the door.
I
don't think it should be breaking news to them within 24, 48 hours. They should be shocked that they didn't have any handle on Durant getting out of there.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you do have to field a roster, and Spencer Dinwiddie helps you do that. He still is a decent player.
Yeah.
And when he's leading a team, like he's now the best player of that team or close to it.
Yeah. But they should have
they're
had.
not going to win anything.
But they should have had 2 first-round picks. Now they'd have 6 first-round picks.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't have Spencer Dinwiddie. They shouldn't have Dorian Finney-Smith right now today. For their plan, it would make so much more sense to have the 2 first and Westbrook's expiring contract. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
This is a team-building error. Unless they got a guarantee from Kevin Durant. Like, if you pull something off for the trade deadline that's a win now, I'll stay. Like, go ahead, let Kyrie go. But it just feels like this was misread a little bit.
It's pretty amazing, too, to look at from Phoenix's position that they just traded for Kevin Durant. They didn't give up any other 3 biggest players. They didn't give up.
Are you including Chris
Paul?
Paul?
I'm including Chris Paul
Okay.
still. And, I mean, it's
I'm
like,
getting ready to put him in the ground.
well, Phoenix just came by and told us the other day. They said the last month or so he's looking like CP3 again, that he started off slow
which
and
is
getting
what?
into shape.
Sitting on the couch during the finals?
But, I mean, the fact that you didn't give up, like, especially Ayton, somebody who's been in trade talks, you didn't even have to give up Ayton in this. You keep Ayton, Paul, Booker, and Durant together. That's
a lot of depth.
That's a very and you know what's fun too is that if the playoffs started today, Mavericks Suns first round.
Oh
my gosh.
Well, that's
No.
not bad.
You get Mavericks Suns tension, and then you get Kyrie versus KD. Oh yeah.
No, thank you. No one on either side wants part of that in the first round.
Nope.
Let's save that.
I do. For me, just knock it out.
Oh God, I hate fans like you.
Yeah.
Corey
Man,
Majors.
you know, let's
I want to go to the best to prove I'm the
face it
best.
head on. We're going to face it head on.
I might as well get it early. I might as well just get it out of the way.
I'm just saying, I want to know I get that matchup, but I want to count on they each win and they land.
No.
I want to see that matchup.
I want to advance to the second round. How about that? How about the Stars wanting to get the win last night?
Yeah.
That includes 3 overtime losses. Robertson dropped it back off. Shot by Hitch. Score! Deflected on the way. 3-0 Dallas.
Woo! 3-0, and Choppy ended up 4-1 over Minnesota.
Hey, they won a game in regulation.
Hey, they played a game.
They played a game. I know. They had played a couple days ago, and then they were off again for a couple of days. And now they are off again for a couple more days before they play over the weekend. A noon game on the Big Boy channel of ABC against the Tampa Bay Lightning. That's going to be a good one at the American Airlines Center. But the Stars get the 4-1 victory. First game in 5 that they did not have a 3-2 overtime score.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? There you go.
Still combined for 5 goals between the two teams, though.
And still 5 clear of the Jets in the Central. Still
Just wait
5
till
points
Zach
clear.
Wilson gets better, though.
Oh,
Bobby,
I
turn
see
off your
what
mic.
you're
877-881-1053. Go to the bathroom. Puke it out.
shut up.
877-881-1053. Do we feel like we need to puke it out this morning? The update on the Michael Irvin situation that broke right here on this show yesterday, and the report that Zeke Elliott is getting ready to take his pay cut. 6 a.m. headlines with Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Phoenix. Glad you're waking up with us right here on The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app.
Cowboys. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, y'all. Thanks for waking up with us, trying to get you to the weekend as fast as possible. Bobby Belt looks like a different person. He's now dancing on the fan cam instead of puking on the fan cam. How are you feeling right now compared to 24 hours ago?
Great. 24 hours ago, I thought I was going to die. I thought I had alcohol poisoning. But I did the boot and rally about 7:15 yesterday. Finished the show a little bit stronger throughout the day. Felt good. Took a nap. So I'm good. Got some sleep. Ready to go.
And then dinner last night as we all went out to watch the Mavs game. And we took the group photo, and many Tolos just commenting on just how many waters were on that table. Everyone was trying to judge Bobby's face. They were trying to see what was in the glass in front. Why are you looking confused?
I mean, I don't understand. Like, every table has waters on it, one water per person at every restaurant in the history of the world.
Well, but we didn't have any alcoholic drinks because it was at the very end.
Oh.
We took the picture at the very end, so no one saw a beer in a glass. No one saw any burgundy-colored liquid. So they all thought that we just went out to sober up and recover from the day before.
Straight edge dinner. Straight edge dinner.
It wasn't straight edge.
Not a straight edge dinner.
Choppy drank liquor. I had some beers. Chiafalo had some beers. And I think that was it. But you decided you were not going to sip on any alcohol.
No. I told Dawson yesterday during my G-Bag hit, I'm drinking NAs with him until training camp. So, July. I'm done.
No, that's a lie.
I'm done.
You're going to drink
it
again
killed
today.
me. It hurt me.
You're going to drink again
I'm
today.
not.
Oh, what if David Hellman puts pressure on you, your boyfriend?
I won't do it.
Hellman walks in here with his hair and his
Does
beard.
he have good hair?
Have you seen him? He's got amazing hair.
I never noticed that when he was in Dallas.
Yeah. Oh, he's got fantastic.
Well, he's got people now.
Yeah. He's got fantastic
He's got people.
hair.
He literally has people. There's videos of it. He literally has people come up and brush his mustache on set.
And then the Tolos would like to know your overall recap of the Dan Orlovsky interview yesterday, since it was a rough day for Bobby just overall. Orlovsky did end up popping on. Will Chambers was like, how was it? Did you guys pre-record? I was like, no, he came on. He came on a little bit late in crosstalk.
Oh, the boys from 105.3.
Bobby Belt, recap it.
He came here. He sat down. You did a quick recap. I think there were about 3 things in your recap that he goes, I never said that. Okay. All right. Well, if you're going to just claim you never said something that you said, can't argue with you, I guess. And then it was just a whole lot of, I never said that. It was redefining his quarterbacks list about 4 different times in the course of our interview.
What a dumb job by him or ESPN. The quarterback list he put out. No, it was my list of who was playing the best heading into the playoffs. What human in their right mind wouldn't think that is the list of playoff quarterbacks you would take? No. I'm gonna these are the guys playing the best, but Lamar Jackson, who hasn't played in 8 weeks, is still ahead of Dak. It was just a lot of dodging.
Look, it's moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, he's tried to move the goalposts for 15 years, ever since he ran 11 yards out of the end
Stop
zone.
it. Stop it.
But, yeah, he sat there and just basically smirked with an S-eating grin on his face the whole time and just kept going, I never said that. What are you talking? I never said that.
Yeah.
And so that was pretty much it.
And people are getting on Bobby. Oh, you chickened out. You wussed out. It was kind of just me and Choppy, and I was just trying to judge Bobby's body language. And I think when a person's just shaking a lot uncontrollably, they're probably not like laid back in chill mode. So I thought Bobby was worked up. I don't want things to explode. I don't want Bobby to get fired. So towards the end, I was like, all right, Bobby, what would you like to say? So Bobby talked like at the very end, very briefly. If we could reset it and do the whole thing again, did you like have topics and bullet points that you would have liked to drop in earlier? Were you okay with the way it went?
It's
your
again,
involvement summary.
It's so hard to like. That's the thing, is that I didn't necessarily even want to argue him on points because he will shift it.
Yeah.
He shifts it and says he never said things. It was the whole thing about it's how they're playing right now. Then why is Brock Purdy last? Well, I hadn't seen him do it in the playoffs. This wasn't about the playoffs. You said it was about how he's playing right now.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you start throwing out like, well, look at these things that say you're wrong about Dak, then it goes like, I watched the film.
But even you had Purdy 13th.
Okay, right. But that wasn't my list. Was not how they're playing right now. That was his list, allegedly by the fourth definition.
Yeah.
And so, no, I just basically what I would have wanted to do, but I wasn't going to do, and y'all weren't going to let me do. Obviously, I know. Was I wanted to say, I just think you're a liar, and you've shown it in this interview. You showed it the first second you sat down and said, I just found out 30 minutes ago that I was doing this interview. Really? Because you've been on Twitter all morning. You've been tagged about 1,000 times in saying you're doing this interview this morning. You knew you were coming here.
Yeah.
And so,
he had this body language of like, too cool.
He was very cool. It was very cool body language.
What did you think, Choppy?
I thought I like Dan. I don't know why you get worked up over the opinions of somebody. Like it's the same thing with PFF. Like if you don't like it, then just don't.
PFF doesn't work me up like that. Like I mean, I don't know. I think
I think
PFF's wrong. They don't make me angry.
Right, but like it's like if you don't like their opinion, like what do you care? Like he doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
I do.
Don't lose sleep over Dan Orlovsky.
I do want to say this because I think you. I think both thought I was doing somewhat of a bit about Dan
leading up to it.
But as we walked away, I was pretty angry.
Yeah. Yes.
So there was no bit.
And that's the thing. Why are you letting Dan Orlovsky's football quarterback list and how
it's not the
honest he may be about it? Why are you letting that get to you?
It's not the list in general. I don't like I don't like. In general, liars like that. I don't like liars that are given credibility, especially when it's a former player who I feel like is supposed to be more objective. I don't like the grandstanding, on Sports Center, like when Damar Hamlin gets hurt and like, can I lead us all here right now? Nothing wrong with prayer at all, but the way you're doing it, according to what you believe, makes you very pharisaical. And so,
what was that word?
Pharisees. Go. You can go pick up Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John.
My issue is moving forward for the next 10 and 15 years that we're all hopefully together on this morning show. There's going to be plenty of people that come on as a guest who you're not going to like and who you don't respect, but you're going to have to interview them.
I will never have. That's the only person I'll have that reaction to. I've said that. That's the. So
O.J. Simpson walks through Radio Row today and sits down. You're much better with OJ.
I'm not like actively like angry at him. I'm gonna be like, this guy's POS, and I'll probably ask him like questions about his character and things like that. But I don't know. He bugs me.
Very skinny guy.
Oh, very, very, very tall, very lean.
Well, and Walchuk tried to bring it up at dinner again last night. I was like, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
very skinny. I like the suit. It's a good suit. Like nice color. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't wear it, but it worked for him.
Okay, so I guess this guy Tony Pauline is just outmaneuvering all of our Cowboy insiders, Bobby included, because he's the one who's just dropping all the nuggets on what the Cowboys are going to do. Tony Pollard's going to get the franchise tag, and now yesterday, Zeke Elliott willing to take a pay cut. Bobby, what can you tell us about this?
Well, I can tell you that I think we've all said Zeke would be willing to take a pay cut, so thanks, Tony.
I've always wanted to start a random, like, Kevin Durant burner account with, like, obvious sports stories just to see how much it gets recycled and retweeted and how many followers I can build up with like obvious things that I just pretend is news. You know what I mean? Like tweeting yesterday, Zeke Elliott willing to take pay cut. Like something that's so 99.9% obvious that people believe me as a source.
He's willing to take a pay cut. How much of a pay cut? Because
veteran minimum.
Here's the. Let's take a look at his contract right now. So
I would lose my mind, by the way, if they offered him this.
The veteran minimum for him would probably be what, $1 million? I think it's 1.08, something like that. So you can save about $5 million by cutting him pre-June 1. It's like $10 million if you cut him post-June 1. And his base salary next year is 10. So, I mean, you really need, in order to justify it, begin to justify it at all, he needs to take at least a $6 million pay cut to give you a little more savings than cutting him would be. So he'd have to go down to, at minimum, probably more, he'd have to go down to about $4 million next year.
No.
This is not about money. He could play for free. All right? This is not about money. You don't have somebody on your team who, to quote Randy Galloway, is KP. He can't play. He can't play. You just don't have him on your team. There's no money.
It honestly does feel like a little bit of a charity case right now. I know that's harsh. I can't think of something softer, but it just feels like we're rooting Zeke on. Come on, get that final touchdown. Put Zeke in at the goal line.
But they're going to keep him. They're going to find a way to keep him because this is a family business.
I don't think they will.
It's a mom and pop. They don't get rid of family.
I don't think it's like a slam dunk. He's gone, but I don't think he stays.
Yesterday, we're going to have one guest today, former running back and NFC special teams great Brian Mitchell has a harsh opinion on Zeke and Tony Pollard. That'll be in the Expressway. And then the Thomas Dimitroff mock trade exercise that we did, Bobby. Recap that. The former Falcons general manager who was talking to us about Dan Quinn.
By the way,
probably our best.
Thomas Dimitroff, awesome.
Probably our best guest of the week. I mean, we've only had 3. But he was probably the best of the 3.
He was absolutely fantastic. If you guys can go check out the podcast and everything. Go find that one we did with him and Eric Eager yesterday because they were great. But we were joking around about like a mock trade scenario, like how would a trade call go? And so I decided to pitch him on Zeke, and it was like, hey, Zeke for a conditional 7th rounder. Draft only goes 7th round, guys. Don't know if you know that. So that's as bad as it can get, especially when it's conditional. And Dimitroff said,
"Are you on the draft show?"
No. I was supposed to be on today. It's going to be just Brian, though.
Oh,
but
is that a fresh coffee being wheeled out, and where are they going? I left Brady Quinn on read earlier at the espresso machine.
I don't think it's how it is.
I got the final coffee with the water, and Brady Quinn walks on over, and I was like, need some more water, man. And as I walked away with my cup, and Brady Quinn, you have to go refill it.
Yep. You said busts get decaf. That's what you should have told us. No, but yeah, Thomas Dimitroff, conditional 7th, they went, no. So, hey, that means Chop really is going to buy into his analytics company. It's like, boy, you got it right there. You wouldn't even take a conditional throwaway 7th for Zeke Elliott.
Well, they're doing this not on, the PFF's more like game strategy and other of these analytics that's more in-game, and they're doing more team building, and that's kind of where I'm fascinated. That's why I should be a GM.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line to hit us up right here on Sean and RJ. Meanwhile, Roger Goodell held a State of the NFL press conference, and I think the number one thing that came from it, people want Roger tested for CTE after he said that officiating has never been better. Woo!
Yeah, well.
That went viral real quick.
If by never been better, meaning never making more headlines, then he's right.
Man.
That's because it is not good. And it hasn't been good for a long time. Officiating's always sucked, though. And here's the thing: it's probably never been better. It's probably never been worse either. It's always been bad. We just are more.
Or maybe it's good overall, and we just picked the one or two things.
Absolutely.
That was Goodell's point. He's like, how many calls are there in an NFL season? Yes, we're never going to be perfect, and it is never going to be perfect.
So they have these
referees. If referees could get rid of one thing in life, it would be instant replay.
Oh, yeah.
For us as a TV viewer, which makes it great, if they could get rid of instant replay, they'd be perfect.
1,000%. When you look at it, if you go look at like a baseball game, right, most umpires will have between like 88 and 94% accuracy on balls and strikes. Well, if you're 90-something% in your day of doing things right, it's a hell of a day.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't look at the one or two that they got wrong, because everybody's going to screw up or do something wrong at some point in every single workday. So that missed me with all that. Like he's not right. You can't say it's ever been better, but it also probably hasn't ever been worse either.
And then Bobby DeMorris Smith, head of the Players Association, said he wants to get rid of the combine.
Yeah, this is a dumb
Meat market.
Gosh, this is.
How's DeMar Smith? Why is he still around? I thought he was going to be gone years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't understand why he's here. D. Smith is not necessarily the most popular man on either side of the aisle. But yeah, Troy Vincent did the same thing a couple months ago. Made the same analogy where he compares it to a slave auction, and it's like this is the furthest thing from that. You're talking about it's an audition for making millions of dollars, for getting your NFL career. Teams want to know their investment, and they're just literally being tested and evaluated on things that relate to their play. All right, okay, if you think it's a slave auction, then you think even using your athleticism to play is also equal to that. And it's like, it's such an awful analogy. The combine is a good thing. He also complained that he said the medical process is used just to ding prospects, their draft stock. Yeah, teams want to know medically what's going on.
Yeah.
Teams want to know if Damone Clark's got a messed up neck.
Right.
Like, these are the things they need to know. They want to know if Maurice Hurst, when he's coming out of Michigan, has a bad heartbeat. They need to know those things.
And that the 40-yard dash is a waste of time, and the verticals are all waste of time.
A lot of players have made a lot of money doing them. So you're also taking money out of their pockets.
There is Philly's getting hype over here. Yeah, Philadelphia is getting hype. They've been very nice to us. They're giving out cigars. They gave one of y'all a computer cord.
Yeah. They give it to Choppy. So this has only been to Choppy. I think they know he's from Jersey.
These security guards were over here.
Smell each other.
While I was over here, what's the smell like?
What the part I grew up in was it didn't smell like Pizza Land.
Yeah. Oh, Sopranos?
Yeah.
No, I was walking over to the coffee, and the 3 security guards got together. They're like, how's that guy have so much energy? I turned around. It was you doing a commercial. So yeah. I was like, he's from Jersey, and we have an espresso machine.
I wake up happy. I wake up in the morning, I'm happy to be alive. I'm like, hell yeah, I made it through another night.
Like Travis Tritt.
Are the Mavericks happy? How unhappy are they with Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns? The blockbuster trade overnight, Kyrie's debut. How do the Mavs stack up in the West now? That's next on Sean and RJ.
Listen. Stream the
the road. Dynamite Dallas debut for Kyrie Irving. 24 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds.
How fun was that? That was the call last night on ESPN as the Mavs with another impressive road win. First it was in Utah, and last night without Luka, Kyrie Irving with the debut helps Dallas beat the Clippers, who had Kawhi and Paul George. 110-104. Mavs get the W. Overall, they have won 4 of their last 5. And who could tell that that was Kyrie Irving's first game with this team? That's how great and smart of a basketball player he is.
It really is.
Did you guys notice or think to yourselves, how's Kyrie getting these guys involved versus Luka? I was thinking of that this morning.
In the middle of the game, when there's actually more than one pass around the perimeter, it was really remarkable how that works. You know, I don't know if like it was different in Slovenia or like Spain or wherever the hell he played before that. If it was a rule that once you crossed mid-court, that you had to shoot the basketball. It was really remarkable. I'm just glad that Luka gets to actually see what a real basketball player looks like. Who could pass the ball to his teammates.
This is a bad bet. It's a bad bet.
I know.
Luka's one of the top 3 players in the NBA.
He is one of the top 3 players in the NBA.
Now, Choppy's got feisty face this morning, like today is his day.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
You got to read it and just let him go. Yesterday was your day. He's Reggie Bullock today. So
yeah, I'm on fire, man. I'm on fire. Heat check.
Yeah.
The whole notion that Luka makes everyone better. It's true. He makes everybody better, except everyone he's ever played with. Okay, he doesn't. Like Kyrie instantly made all these basketball players better yesterday.
He made Dinwiddie better. Luka did.
Did he?
Yeah.
I mean, how are the Mavs 4th in the West?
Because the West sucks, right? You know, until last night. No, in all honesty.
No, but seriously, it does look like it looks so seamless. And it did feel faster, and it felt quicker, and it felt like the ball was being swung around the perimeter.
Of course, yeah.
It felt like Kyrie, or it felt like maybe Luka in watching can sit there and say, maybe I can copy this a little bit.
Because Luka's an amazing passer of the ball. He just is an ISO guy.
Yes.
That's what he is. And I hate isolation basketball. I can't stand it. It's so boring. So boring. But, last night was fun. It was enjoyable for me to watch.
Yes. And he's so damn talented. He's so freaking skilled. Speaking of Luka, Peyton, let's go ahead and get to cut 17. Here's Kyrie being asked about number 77 and what's it going to look like when he comes back, maybe this weekend?
Yeah, no, I just think Luka's been playing professionally for so long that he's seen almost every defense. When I was his age at 16 years old, I wasn't playing professionally. So his childhood of growing up within this professional game has been different than others. And to see his success at such a young age, I'm not really surprised, sort of say, because I know a lot of hard work goes on behind that. And for me to be a part of a team, his team, it's just. It just makes sense, and it's just we can flow into things that I don't think we necessarily have to talk about. It's just being with another special player on the court and having fun out there. In terms of our team aspect and what we can build, the poise, that's most important. Just the poise. Just don't overthink anything and just have fun.
Luka called Kyrie's debut amazing. The scorching start, 41 points in the first quarter. They had a 19-point lead. They held off the Clippers' comeback. You felt safe at the end. I did because you had a closer. You had a nasty, nasty dude handling the basketball for you that can shoot from 3, that can shoot from the free throw line. And the Mavs had lost their first 7 games that Luka missed. Now they have won 2 straight, and Jason Kidd and Doncic are happy.
Yeah, and that's good to see. And you're right, the seamless nature of Kyrie just kind of stepping in there and running the offense. Now, there was, early on especially, I think it still continued throughout the game, but early on especially, you saw a little bit of, Kyrie off the ball when he's running around, somebody bumps into somebody. The spacing wasn't great. There's still, that's going to be expected early on, but there were also some times where he had a couple, give and goes and played well off the ball with, Tim Hardaway Jr. and Reggie Bullock. And so that's encouraging because the biggest question for a lot of people, I think, is Luka. This is clearly going to be Luka's game to run, team to run. He's still going to be at the point. And how well is Kyrie going to play off the ball off of that? And last night, the times that because I know some people said, like, well, you just traded for a point guard. It's like, yeah, that's what Kyrie's led the offense in Brooklyn and places like that, but he absolutely can play off the ball. He's got the skill set to do it.
Well, let's play off the ball with LeBron. When he played off the ball then, I mean, LeBron had the ball in his hand a lot of the time.
Partially. LeBron also played some power forward.
He played everywhere. But, that's the thing. There is no singular point guard. Like, you can outlet the ball to either player now.
Well, let's play you that clip again from Draymond Green, who everyone says, and thinks has a great basketball mind. This is Draymond on his podcast, not loving this new Mavs team that he has to deal with.
I don't love it. Reason I don't love it, that's very hard to stop. It's very hard to stop. Kyrie Irving is one of the best scorers we've seen. One of the best, if not the best ball handler we've seen. Tough shot taker, tough shot maker. Kyrie Irving also can spot shoot. And that's what makes it interesting. Because everyone says, oh, Kyrie needs the ball, Luka needs the ball. That's true. But Kyrie can actually spot shoot. Luka is not the best spot shooter. Luka's more get his rhythm off the dribble, shoot it off the dribble. But Kyrie can spot shoot. And Luka, as we know, finding you. So I don't love it from that standpoint.
That makes you feel good. There's Draymond Green worried about the combination that the Mavs hopefully get back this weekend. They were talking about Luka maybe returning from that heel issue. How about Draymond and these questions about the Mavs on the defensive end? How big of a problem is that going to be? This is Draymond with a little Spencer Dinwiddie comparison with Kyrie, what the Mavs could look like on D.
Defensively, I feel like as of late in Kyrie's career, he's defending more. He's taking on those challenges of guarding these great guards. And so if Kyrie's going to continue to take it on that challenge of guarding great guards, as I don't see him stopping, was Spencer Dinwiddie a better defender than Kyrie? I think not. And no disrespect to Spencer Dinwiddie, but he's definitely not the offensive player Kyrie Irving is. You have to know that team upgraded.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And he gave Nico some props as well, which we can get to in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, defensively, Kyrie's numbers defensively are not as bad as I expected them to be, really at all. There were some metrics that had him as a better defender this year than Dorian Finney-Smith. Take that for what it's worth. The defensive side of the ball is going to be an issue regardless, but it may not be as big of an issue as we thought initially.
Overnight, the blockbuster got done. The Brooklyn Nets have officially blown it up. Kevin Durant has been traded to the Phoenix Suns. 4 unprotected first-round picks. 4. Also, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, and Jay Crowder are all going to the Nets. So now the big 3 in Phoenix that we have to deal with here in the Metroplex is Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and KD.
Yeah, and then you still got DeAndre Ayton. And, I mean, it's
DeAndre Ayton.
It's going to be a very difficult matchup for whoever gets Phoenix. And I'll be interested to see how quickly they mesh together, how well they play together. But, just Chris Paul being able to orchestrate and have somebody like Kevin Durant that he can do. Because, it took forever. We talk about trying to find somebody to play with the ball-dominant guys like we have with Luka. It took a while for them to figure out the right fit for Devin Booker, and it was Chris Paul. And so Chris Paul being able to incorporate Kevin Durant in that, I think that this should work out really well. I don't think they're going to have many chemistry issues walking into this.
Here's the problem for us. In watching Phoenix in the playoff series last year and just, Mavs against the Suns, they were missing a second dog, in my opinion. It felt like Chris Paul just would completely disappear. It looked like something was bothering him last year in the playoff series. Yeah. Every time they play, he forgets that he can shoot. He doesn't even want to shoot. DeAndre Ayton is not a dog, right? He's not an alpha. So they were missing, to me, that second dog to help out Devin Booker. It felt like it was Devin Booker out there by himself, and now, unfortunately, you have that.
What Chris Paul was missing, you had was Hart. That's what it was called. It was called a Hart.
Josh Hart?
No.
Oh, my God, Josh Hart. We're getting Josh Hart. The devastation of the Blazers looking at Josh Hart getting traded. Josh Hart was, like, trending yesterday. I was like, what? I know Jalen Brunson is getting his Villanova teammate.
Yeah,
but
they're close. Like that's
Josh Hart's a really good basketball player, though. Like he is. I
mean, okay, yeah. Josh Hart, fine. He's a fine player. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's not a really, really good basketball player. Easy,
No,
easy with your Dwight Powell hype.
No,
all of a sudden, Dwight Powell.
okay.
Dwight Powell throughout the whole NBA is now Scottie Pippen. It's funny. The Mavs and Luka is playing with trash. Now Dwight Powell. I'm sorry, not Dwight Powell. Dorian Finney-Smith gets traded, and now people talk like he's Klay Thompson. Josh Hart isn't. He's really good at getting rebounds for being less than 6'5".
One of the best rebounding guards in the NBA. He's
Yes.
an efficient shooter. He can pass. He's a good player. Like I would take him here in Dallas in the starting lineup. He'd be easy. Like
I'm just
number
saying
3.
the freak out, the emotional freakouts yesterday, a little bit much.
Now I wouldn't trade Josh Hart for Cam Reddish and a freaking first-round pick.
People
like
don't even
the
know where
Knicks
Josh
did.
Hart was freaking playing. So now let's stack up the West.
Dawson does.
Okay?
Yeah.
Denver right now is the number 1 seed in the West by 4.5 games over Memphis. Sacramento is 3rd. Mavs 4th. Suns actually tied with us record, but they're the 5. The Clippers are also. So the Mavs, the Suns, and the Clippers are all 8.5 games back. And then you get the Pelicans, Minnesota are 9.5 back, so we're just a game in front of them. Then Golden State. All of a sudden, the Western Conference looks a lot more loaded.
It looks more
after
vivid,
the
yeah.
past 48
Yeah,
hours.
we haven't even referenced yet. Unless I'm gonna get told we referenced it, you missed it. We haven't even referenced the Westbrook trade.
Should I not tell you if you're not paying attention?
No, you should. But I'm saying
Okay.
unless I missed something. But
Unless
we
you're
haven't
puking.
we haven't even referenced the Westbrook trade yet.
Yeah.
The fact that D'Angelo Russell goes back to L.A., Westbrook to Utah, Mike Conley to Minnesota. So that's not nearly as impactful as some of these other deals lately. But it's another shakeup there in the Western Conference. But, I mean, Denver still, to me, even after all these trades, is the best team in the West. And then after that, I think you're looking at, Dallas, Phoenix, Memphis, probably, like in that collection. I think Sacramento's going to come back down to earth at some point. I don't think they're going to keep winning like they are.
I mean, I think Denver's the best, and then I'd probably put Phoenix and Mavs. It's hard for me to put.
You think the Suns are better than the Mavericks?
I mean, it's hard. Like their
I think
1-2,
so.
their 1-2 is better than our 1-2, and they've got a 3rd.
They got a 4th.
They've got a 4th. Yeah, it's now.
Yeah, they certainly have better talent.
Yeah, they have better talent. Whether or not it works together and meshes.
Wait. Did you say their? So wait, you think their 1-2 is better than our 1-2? Durant and Booker, Kyrie, Luka.
Yeah, I think everybody would think that.
Okay, let's order them 1 through 4. I mean, I think people would say Luka's the best of the 4 right now.
I don't think nationally they would say that.
Okay, give me your order.
Durant, Luka,
Booker,
and then Kyrie.
Okay.
And the only reason I have Kyrie last is because
I guarantee we get like however many different possible combinations there are on the chartwreck.com text line. It'll be really interesting to order those 4.
I think so too. Like the only issue with Kyrie being higher than that is that when is he going to play?
Yeah.
When's he going to take a day off?
All right, y'all give us Mavs or Suns. Mavs or Suns after that trade, and order the 4 that would be playing in the series with Durant, Luka, Devin Booker, and Kyrie Irving. And let's give you a Michael Irvin update. We'll tell you what we know after that news broke that got Michael Irvin sent home from the Super Bowl yesterday on Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct, an unprecedented Valentine's offer.
Headlines are coming up at 7 o'clock. We're going to have another Adam Sandler ticket giveaway. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Phoenix. It is our Radio Row coverage brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. WindowNation.com and Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house. It's Rally House. A ton of things going on. Man, what a day yesterday was. Holy crap. We had Bobby puking all over the place. We had Dan Orlovsky at the very end of the show.
Those were not connected, by the way.
They were not connected. And in the middle of it all, RJ Choppy, the playmaker Michael Irvin joined us and took the interview in a direction we were not expecting. We're going to play you that clip, but first I want to hear from the Tolos to order the 4. After Kevin Durant last night. Jody, come here. Come on.
How'd you remember his name?
I actually have manners, you know.
I just have a bad memory.
I know. Yeah, I know. If they don't bring you something, real quick, Jody, pop on from 910 in Phoenix, Fox Sports Radio. We're all waking up to the Kevin Durant trade.
Yeah.
You're back.
I'm back.
Y'all are back.
We're back. This was the new owner's way of just doing this on the table.
See, you put that in my head yesterday. You
Yeah.
said this new owner is going to come in, he's going to make a splash for you guys, and then bam, there it is. What do you think about the compensation to fit all of it? Just your initial thoughts.
It's a lot to give up. It's a lot to give up. I mean, my first thought is it's Kevin Durant. This is going to be fun to watch. The championship window is now extended, reopened, however you want to characterize it. The concern from a basketball sense is the bench. I mean, you need a bench in the playoffs. You got 4 rounds. You got 7-game series. Kevin Durant's durability has been a problem, but he's Kevin Durant.
It's Kevin Durant.
One of the 5 best players on the planet. So it's hard to not be anything but super excited about it.
How do you stack up the West now? Early initial power rankings.
I'd probably still go Denver 1. I think at this point Golden State 2, Phoenix 3. I think Dallas. Kyrie, I mean, last night it looked good. I'm I'm really bummed they didn't get Dorian Finney-Smith instead of T.J. Warren back in this deal. That would have been a huge, huge win for the Suns. But I think they're one of the teams now that has a legitimate chance of winning the West.
So do you think that this is the collection, or is there a shot Ayton gets dealt still?
I don't think Ayton gets dealt. In fact, I think now Ayton he's your defensive backbone in ways that he wasn't necessarily before. It's also tough they had to throw Jay Crowder in there because now they really don't have any other moves to make today. But, maybe Matt Ishbia will find a way to –
That's the owner?
That's the new owner, yeah.
Is everyone loving this, like on your timeline, social media, excited, or there's some –
Everyone's concussed. Everyone is in the blue medical tent. It's like, what's our baseline? Where do we go? It happened in the middle of the night. Some people haven't woken up and seen the news yet, but I woke up to dozens of texts and calls and notifications, and it's wild.
All right, we'll let you go with this. Put the 4 in order between Luka, Kyrie, Durant, and Booker if we see each other again in a series. How would you put them?
Luka 1, KD 2, Booker 3, Kyrie 4.
Thank you. There he is. Jody stopping by for his daily segment from Fox Sports Radio in Phoenix. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Here in the #1 era hot seat. Okay, so here's my order. You can accuse me of being a homer or not. If they face each other, I'm going Luka 1, Durant 2. This is if RJ's mouth is already on the ground. Kyrie 3, Booker 4.
If you're saying if they face each other, because Booker for some reason can't play against the Mavericks, I don't know what it is. Maybe he doesn't like blue.
I don't know what it is. Well, I don't. It's not a hot take to say that right now, like today, Luka Doncic is a better basketball player than Kevin Durant. I don't think it's a hot take.
Yeah, you could argue either. You could argue either one.
The reason I have Luka over KD and then Kyrie over Booker is just because of the other facets of the game. Like those two are scorers, and our two, as we saw last night with Kyrie, can get everyone else involved.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight anybody on the order.
Yeah, I don't think there can be a fight to be had.
1 and 2 are clearly 1 and 2.
Yes.
3 and 4 are clearly 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And you put them in whatever order you want to.
Which I come down on Sean's order. That's the same way, and I think that's the way most of the TruckWreck.com fan text has. There's a couple who have KD above Luka, and there's a couple who have Booker over Kyrie. But like Chop's right, the order is some combo of KD and Luka, and then some combo of Booker and Irving.
So that's Tolo Cal sending in that same exact order. It's just freaking fun to be able to sit here at the Super Bowl and not have to talk about the Eagles and be able to talk about the Dallas Mavericks instead of the 13th Cowboy topic that we're reaching for. We can talk about another sport. It's fun because Kyrie has the Mavs back on the map. But we did have a Dallas Cowboys interview yesterday, and Michael Irvin joined us. Michael seemed to think that we were all aware of what would be the biggest story from Radio Row. He was trending all day long because of this interview with us on The Fan.
Sunday night when I went out, it came in Sunday night, and this is tripping me out, and I don't remember it. But I guess when I came in, they said, because they asked, I said, "What'd you do?" I said, "I went straight to the room." But I guess I had met somebody in the lobby, talked to somebody in the lobby for about a minute, and then I went to my room. And then after I got off air and got to work, they said, "Come on, we got to move you in a hotel." I said, "What? Move me in a hotel for what?" So they moved my hotel. And I said, "What's going on, guys? What's going on? What's happening? Why would we move a hotel?" And they said, "Well, that last night you walked in, you talked to somebody." I said, "I didn't talk to anybody. I went straight to the room." And then they showed it on camera that I did talk to somebody. I talked to his girl for about a minute. I don't know what, they didn't show it to me. They told me, and I didn't see it. I don't know what she looked like or anything. But that's why they moved me. That's why they moved me, because I guess the girl said I said something to her within that minute that we talked, and so they moved me. So I thought you guys would have heard about it. That's why I wanted to come on and talk to you guys about it. But yeah, I don't know what's the plan for the rest of the week. That's why I said I'm kind of in hiding till we figure all of that out, because that's exactly what's happening. And that's why I'm saying I'm just kind of hiding and waiting to see how everything comes down. And you're in this world here. It was a minute meeting somewhere in the lobby. I don't even remember it really, because I had a few drinks, to tell you the truth. I had a few drinks, to tell you the truth. I don't really remember it, but but that's what they said.
Well, the plan was from the NFL Network to send Michael Irvin home. Michael is not going to be on TV this week. He was on his way to the airport. I don't know if he actually got out of town yesterday. But that is what played out as we were all looking at each other. I'm surprised no one went back and got this on the fan cam of all of us staring at each other like, what the hell is going on right now?
Because he initially said hospital. Like, he's in the hospital. I was like, what?
Yeah.
In the hospital?
I didn't know whether he had gotten, like, he's just
Hospital and hotel. I mean, they sound alike.
Well, his mother-in-law passed away recently.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know whether he had that still. Like, he's just exhausted. I know he hasn't eaten for 2 days. So all this is playing out right here, and then it goes viral, and he's the number one trending topic in the entire Metroplex for basically coming on and maybe being too honest and too transparent. That's Michael. So what do you want? What do y'all want to add to it?
I mean, you're right. When he started talking, and that's very early on in my time here on the morning show, but that is the most bizarre, awkward, like, interview moment I've experienced yet, where it's like, wait, what? What is he talking? And then it was like those stories out there, and we started Googling around, like, there's nothing here. There's nothing on Twitter.
Yeah.
There's nothing, like, what are you referencing? But he had thought it was enough of a public thing that he's like, well, yeah, that's the whole reason I told y'all I wanted to come on, was to clear the air. And it's like, really?
So RJ, we can probably can speak to it better. He knows Michael the best and the longest, in my opinion. And I'm saying all this based upon the system in the country of innocent till proven guilty, okay? I'm assuming Michael Irvin is innocent of whatever is going on out there, but I told Michael yesterday, he called me twice, I said, it probably wasn't the smart. We appreciate you coming on. I'm just telling you, like, friend to friend, person to person, it probably wasn't the smartest thing to come on the radio, but I think, Choppy, you know this, Michael, like, wants to be Mr. Transparent guy, and he's like, if I have nothing to hide, I'm going to say it. I'm calling Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News. I'm giving him the story, and I'm coming on the show to set the record straight. The smart PR thing we all know to do is to hide, skip the interviews, don't do any media.
Yeah.
But Michael's not that type of dude. You know what I mean? As you know.
No, I was talking to a longtime friend of Michael's yesterday, and we both said at the same time, this happens every 4 years with him. Yeah. Every 4 years, like clockwork, this happens.
Remember when we had an interview with him? Something
Fort Lauderdale, yeah, and he answered the phone the day before. He was groggy, and then the next day he comes on with us, but then it comes out that something has gone on. It's every 4 years, but he's a cat.
A cat
lands on his feet every time.
Well,
lands on his feet. Like Michael will be on TV this time next year as well. He just will. He always is. No matter what he has gone through, they need him. They need Michael Irvin.
Well, and I mean, if it's like he told us yesterday, I mean, if it's as direct as there's video too.
Well, that's what I told him. I said, Mike, your version, and I'm listening and all that, the video will determine your fate. When TMZ gets whatever hotel lobby video, and I'm surprised there's not a lot of cell phone cameras already posting this with whatever happened, whatever you say will not matter. It will be determined by what we all see on video. I've heard extortion theories from a woman trying to get money. I've heard Mike arguing with a hotel manager. I've heard Mike possibly hitting on someone, and that went awry. I've heard all these different theories. We will all judge by when this videotape is released. I told him, I said, if I was being thrown out of a hotel, Michael, and they're like, it's because on video, I'm like, I'm demanding to see the video. You're not kicking me out of the hotel. Show me what you have on tape. Michael, to my knowledge, as of yesterday, has not seen any video, and he's not in possession of what apparently has been recorded.
Well, and I mean, you said I'm surprised we don't have like cell phone videos of this and stuff like that. Maybe that speaks to Michael saying exactly what it is. The fact that this was so innocuous, nobody would have had their cell phones out trying to record this interaction.
Yeah, there's cell phones around Michael all the time.
Right, but I'm saying, like, if somebody, like, if something's really, like, breaking out and happening, there are people around,
yeah.
So, okay.
This could have been 3 in the morning, and there was nobody in the lobby.
Here's my number one takeaway. This is just as a PR person. Michael, and I told Michael this, Michael's biggest, dumbest mistake yesterday was talking about his drinking. I'm keeping it real with y'all. I know we're going to be accused of being homers. I said, Michael, that was really dumb for you to sit there, and I know you're trying to be transparent and really honest. I had some drinks. It comes across as you don't remember that much. People are going to use that against you if this is something legitimate. I was like, you should have never said that, because then you could have just disputed whatever happened if this is a money grab. But that was a tremendous mistake, in my opinion. So we'll keep you updated. But Michael Irvin has been taken off of TV for the entire week after his interview yesterday morning, which if I was advising him, I would have said, cancel on those fools. We know you love them, but don't do it on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we have the Kyrie debut, the Kevin Durant trade, the Stars win in a beatdown, and another Adam Sandler ticket giveaway. Headlines are next.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWsecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Irving drives inside. Shot is good. Oh, spectacular move there from Kyrie Irving. It's back up to 9.
That was the call last night on ABC/ESPN. We are getting trolled by Filthy right next to us. Of course, they got to put us right next to Eagles radio, and they're sitting there with their guests saying Dallas is next to us. You know what they're talking about today? Kyrie Irving. They're talking basketball for the 28th straight year. They're thinking they can fix Kyrie. So I sat there and took one of these little Twix bars and chunked it over there and hit the lead host in the leg. He picks it up, smiles, and goes, I give you guys cigars and you give me Twix. The worst thing is, and I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, God, I still like these guys so much better than our own Odyssey
They've
Philly
been
station.
very nice.
I know they're likable, hateable. They're much better than WIP.
They brought Chop a cord. They brought over like cigars.
Microphone Chop.
Yeah, get it.
Oh,
there
it's not on. What the heck? Dang it, DJ.
Blame someone. Yeah, blame someone else.
They brought me. I needed a cord to charge my my headphones. It's not charging, Bob. What's going on here?
It's just a slow charge, I guess. I don't know.
So I had to charge my earbuds, whatever the hell you call them.
So they're making fun of us talking about Kyrie here at radio. But look, it's fun to talk about Kyrie. We have to take it in terms of the trash talk, but we're talking about him because of the debut. Kyrie Irving scores 24 points, makes sure everybody gets involved, and the Dallas Mavericks go into L.A. and beat the Clippers 110-104. That was really, really fun and impressive.
Especially the beginning. I mean, they were on fire. Their first quarter was tremendous.
We were talking smack in this Phoenix bar. I said this is the only place that we can go as a Mavs fan to irritate a fan base. We can't go anywhere else and have anyone care about Mavs fans over Phoenix, Arizona. And Reggie Bullock and Tim Hardaway and Theo Pinson gave us some trash talking rights
in the beginning, and then Clippers did they came back, but a lot of that was on the Mavs. The Mavs just decided to go cold.
A lot of turnovers too.
You had some turnovers, but look, it was a good performance. Everything was going to be judged by the beginning of this game, just because that's the first thing that you think of. That's the first impression, and first impressions last a long, long time. Kyrie seamlessly fit in the beginning. It was a very good start.
Here's the new kid in town on last night's performance.
No, just selfless basketball out there, playing the right way. I was telling the guys in the locker room, I just like how we didn't panic in those last 4 minutes. We stayed poised, and they made their runs, but we made everything tough. It just felt good to get this debut out of the way. Just been a long 96 hours. Barely any sleep sometimes, and just packing my stuff up. It was the first time I ever got traded in the middle of the season, so it's new for me. But I'm excited that I'm here, and just keep things rolling now.
I was holding my breath like in all of his post-game pressers. He did the interview on the court. I'm like, can he be generic? Can he? Is it possible for him to be generic? And he was generic. He's just like, day by day, I'm happy. He goes into the presser. He gives that quote. So 1 for 1, baby. Good to go.
Full Jason Garrett, baby. Something about Dallas.
Nothing wrong with that.
Brings it out of people.
He was also asked, I think, the first question of the post-game presser about the breaking news that Kevin Durant has been traded to the Phoenix Suns. You had a bunch of role players and 4 unprotected. What's wrong? What's going on?
Nothing.
I just looked over there.
He just looked.
And what are you looking at? You sending me something? Is something going on?
No, I just was sending you something to look at.
Well, stop looking.
I don't know. It's a Tony Bruno post about Michael.
Michael Irvin. All right, we'll get to it in just a second. Yeah. So Kevin Durant now joins up with Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and DeAndre Ayton. How about that big 4 in the Western Conference? Here's Kyrie on his former teammate being dealt.
Well, it's not the first time we'll be in competition as brothers. I'm just praying for his happiness and praying for his well-being. We had a lot of conversations throughout the year of, what our futures were going to look like. There was still a level of uncertainty, but we just cared about seeing each other be places that we can thrive, and whether that be together or whether that be apart. There's never been one moment where I felt like he's been angry at me for decisions I've made, or I've been angry at him. We've just tried to understand each other a lot better and grow as human beings, grow as brothers. His business changes so quickly. He's getting a little bit older. I'm getting a little bit older. I just love the competition now that we can be in the same conference, and I welcome all that. Get to see him a little bit more, probably playing against Phoenix a lot more, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Everything else in between, I just am glad that he got out of there.
So there's Kyrie talking about Kevin Durant, and the West is fun again.
It's loaded.
Loaded.
I mean, from a top-heavy talent standpoint, is it as good as the East? I mean, yeah, you can make the case that it is better again. You could absolutely make that case. You couldn't have said that 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, I guess. And now it's about figuring out the order of power in the Western Conference again. And the Mavericks were in a really good spot to come out of this conference yesterday. How has that changed in the last 6 hours? Quite a bit.
Put us behind Phoenix, talent-wise.
I think so. I mean, Phoenix has got 4 legitimate, really, really good NBA players. Like, a couple of greats, or one great, one all-time great, 2 very, very goods, and then a really nice big man role player.
And what were the Nets thinking in trading for win-now players in Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith? Why not take the Lakers deal instead of being billionaire petty, as Draymond called it? He said billionaire petty is a different type of petty. And they could have had 6 first-round picks right now this morning, unless Kevin Durant promised them behind the scenes that he wanted to stay if they could work out a deal to win now, or they misread his relationship with Kyrie and thought that Kevin Durant signed off on Kyrie leaving town. I would just like to think you have a better handle on your in-house situation.
It could be that they thought if we trade for players that could win, he'll stay. It was a shot, and they could say to themselves, we're gonna get 5 first rounders. The difference between 5 and 6, that one extra first rounder, which could be late in the draft, is that worth guaranteeing ourselves we would lose KD?
True. That sounds really smart, because they got one from us, right? They got a first.
Yeah, they did.
That's some second round AML.
They asked for 2 ones from us.
It looks like, we saw Dallas had their big jump in the title odds when they acquired Kyrie. This morning, there's a couple. DraftKings is one that's out this morning. They had the Suns outside the top 10 after the trade. They're now number 2 behind the Celtics for NBA winner.
Celtics then Phoenix?
It's Celtics then Phoenix.
Wow. 877-881-1053. I know they're making fun of us over there in Filthy, but this is fun to talk about. I love it. Truckwreck.com text sign. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars using that second period in a blowout.
That includes 3 overtime losses. Robertson drops it back off. Shot by Hicks. Score! Deflected on the way. 3-0 Dallas.
Damn, Kenny Albert's good. That had to be a national call then, right?
Yep,
on TNT.
Yeah, it's on TNT. And they get the 4-1 victory. And listen, they won a game that was in regulation that wasn't tied at 2 at the end. I mean, that's great.
And
first time in almost it's 2 to 3 weeks.
And Minnesota's a good team.
They are a good team. They are a good team.
Jamie Benn broke a scoreless tie 23 seconds into the second period, his 20th goal of the season.
Yeah, and now they have a couple of days off, and they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning on the ABC, the Big Boy Channel, another national TV game coming up over the weekend.
There are reports. Now, did you watch this Michael Irvin video?
I haven't seen the video yet because I can't have the mute off of it, but I see what the interaction is.
Should we watch it with the sound in the commercial and then come back and talk about it?
There's no sound. You can't hear it. I already listened.
You did?
It's very hard to hear.
Okay. All right, then, we can just read the tweet then from Tony Bruno. Tony Bruno, the sports talk radio host, who is also a friend of Michael Irvin's, had tweeted last night, quote tweeted a video of Michael Irvin out and about on Monday, and it says, "Our Mice and Media No Filter coworkers actually in bar Sunday night with Michael Irvin," so this is Sunday actually, "offered to buy him a drink. He declined. He was drinking club soda as he was working in the morning. Then they caught him in this vid and more, plus watched him walk alone into the elevator. False accusations are not okay." So that's what Tony Bruno's saying, at least.
Well, the club soda thing is immediately refuted by Michael himself.
Unless Michael said he had a couple drinks. Maybe Michael was done at that point and saying, "No, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm having club soda the rest of the night."
What's in the video, RJ?
It's literally just a video of somebody taking it from a table, and Michael just what looks to be holding court. There's a guy in the foreground of the video. Then there's a guy on, if you're looking at it like a clock standpoint, a guy at like 10 o'clock, and there's a girl sitting down like 11, but in the background. So it doesn't, I mean.
This doesn't show any. It's 30 seconds of Michael talking at the bar. This doesn't.
It shows nothing.
Which that's not the point. I think Tony Bruno was saying, look, we were there physically that night. Here's our people with him, and this is our account of what we saw him do last night. We watched him walk into the elevator by himself. I don't think the video shows anything other than, look, here's proof that we were with Michael, and this is what we saw that night.
Okay, and he declined a drink that they offered to buy. If they were there to watch him walk into the elevator and they're saying nothing happened, then that appears good for Michael.
Yep.
That appears good. So that is Tony Bruno, who I grew up listening to. God, I love some Tony Bruno. Is he out here? Is he on Radio Row?
Yeah, he's been out here. I've seen him a couple times.
Is he here now?
I don't think he's here right now, but I've seen him here a couple times.
All right, let's find his table. And tell him to head on over here and get on the show. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station 105.3. The Fan. Is there a report that Zeke Elliott is ready to take his pay cut, Bobby?
Yeah, this report from Tony Pauline about 3 weeks after everybody said he'd be willing to take a pay cut. But the question is obviously going to be how much. Yes, Zeke is willing to. Yes, the Cowboys would like to keep him if he takes a pay cut. What does that mean? Is it the same thing as Von Miller saying, "I'd like to come there and play at a discount"? The Cowboys saying, "We'd love to have you at a discount." And then they see what each other means by discount, and they go, "Oh, no, never mind, I'm going to Buffalo." Like, I think that's more likely the case. Zeke is willing, but it's only to a point, and I don't know that it's going to be to the point that the Cowboys want.
Well, he can go ahead and go to Buffalo. Is he going to get faster up there? Is he going to be able to hit a hole? There's no amount of money that would make me keep him.
No.
His body he's past his prime. You know, once you start that dip, just move on.
Meanwhile, how about the Chase Young story?
Yeah, so there's talk, I don't know why my voice cracked there, that the Commanders are not going to give him his fifth-year option. They're not going to exercise it. And they're going to do this to, like, entice him to have a contract year, which seems like a really dumb thing to do because would the fifth-year option not be cheaper than him having a good year and then re-signing him after this season and giving him a new extension now?
Got to motivate. Ron Rivera said it could be used for motivation, like Daron Payne.
Chase Young was a really good player his rookie year. He's been really hurt ever since then. And I think, everybody thinks about, like, oh my gosh, like Chase Young, and yeah, he flashed a lot that rookie year, but his entire career in Washington, he's 3 years in, he still does not have double-digit career sacks. He has 4 fewer sacks through 3 years than Micah had as a rookie. And so, yeah, they're probably thinking, look, you're likely wanting to command Micah Parsons type money. Like that's the type of contract you're going to want to negotiate, and we got to see it. But I would still think pick up the fifth-year option.
Yeah, pick it up. Like, it's a ballsy, gutsy, stupid move. It makes no sense. It's Washington, though.
You risk offending the guy.
Yeah, it's like, what are these teams going to realize? It's not your job to teach them a lesson. It's your job to get to build a roster at the peak value, and this is not the way to do it.
Headlines here from Radio Row. 2 more shows, this one and tomorrow, from Phoenix, Arizona. That means 2 more giveaways. Let's send you to the Adam Sandler show. Let's give you the tickets. Even if you don't want to go yourself, you can go ahead and give them away as an amazing Valentine's Day present, or it can be a Valentine's Day gift. Adam Sandler ticket giveaway, and Brian Mitchell, the Washington special teams legend, always spits fire, and he's going to, in this interview, talk about the Cowboys, Dan Snyder selling, and Jalen Hurts as well. Brian Mitchell and an Adam Sandler ticket giveaway next.
But let's get you over to QC.
An Adam Sandler ticket giveaway is coming up. 2 more chances to win it this week here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Radio Row here in Phoenix, Arizona on DFW Sports Station. This is the Expressway. This is where we go commercial free till the top of the hour. So sometime from now till 8, an Adam Sandler ticket giveaway. And RJ Choppy, in the meantime, is going to remind us of the filth that we are sleeping and staying in our hotel.
Yeah, so this is disgusting. I saw this article, and I was really put off. Almost as put off as I am by every time we get on the escalator and Bobby is holding onto the railing, going like up and down on the railing on the escalator.
Oh, like the hand?
I have baby wipes in my bag, right? Because I carry everywhere because I'm not a Neanderthal.
Right.
I'm going to go to that escalator.
Go to the bathroom barefoot.
Right. I'm going to go to that escalator.
Public.
And I'm going to hold that baby wipe down on the escalator handle as it rubs over it. And I'm going to show you how black it is and brown.
Oh.
Have
you done that before?
It's disgusting.
Really?
It's disgusting. Now, if this place is, they clean it, then we're screwed.
Why do you do that as a germaphobe?
I honestly hadn't even thought about it till he said. I stand there. I
do that with like the rails, like
on the side, like the train, the trams,
rails
subways,
of what?
The trams. I don't want to with your mom. I don't want to grab that.
Jeez.
Even in a car, like in an Uber.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like to grab like the grip up top.
The O blank handle.
And I think about that, the germs, and then I risk wanting to fall over in the tram by not grabbing anything, but I'm just thinking about the germs.
Yeah.
I need to start traveling with gloves. I have cooking latex gloves, slicing the brisket and grabbing the barbecue. I need to put those on, and that could be the new COVID. That could be the new COVID mask. Wearing gloves for out in public.
There you go.
So when I get on the escalator, I'm gonna sit there and put on the glove and hold it while going down, and then take it off and throw it away.
So
Twello Vader in the Twitch is saying use elbows to brace yourself on the escalator.
No one, but you don't need to brace yourself.
You don't need to brace
at all.
yourself.
I like to
take
an
athlete.
I like to
just
take
walk on it.
An athlete.
Yeah, you're going to be getting ready to show off your golf swing to Brian Mitchell here,
which
but
was
you have to
beautiful,
hold on for dear life.
Which was beautiful.
Do you think that you are going to fall or trip?
No, I just usually I'm standing usually on 2 steps. I don't stand on one single step. I usually have 1 foot down, 1 foot up on the next. So I'm kind of like that, and so that's a little bit more of an unstable position as it's moving. So I just put my hands on it.
You finally met your match.
I know.
A lot of your quirks, half are there, half are made up. But this is full.
This is something different.
This is full quirk.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to become a regular person now.
Tell the people what you did with the bathroom yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I didn't take a shower. We're going out at 7. We're going to leave at 7, and I put off doing my shower till 6:45 because when I got back to the hotel room, I had to use the restroom, and I couldn't get down to the lobby in time. So I needed to give it the proper amount of time to clear out before I showered, before the steam particles would mix.
So he actually used his own toilet, but he had to kill time so he didn't shower in the same room. So he went to like the nosebleeds room to kill 45 minutes.
Which we talked about. We talked about bathroom stuff with Hagee in the nosebleeds room.
So strange. I mean, look, I support all these quirks, but some of these are just a little bit much. So this hotel room study, this survey showed that 81% of surfaces in a hotel room are covered in fecal matter from the previous occupant.
Fecal matter?
Yeah.
How?
People are disgusting in general. Poop particles
Particles
everywhere.
like the ones I don't want mixing with the steam in my shower? I don't sound so crazy anymore, do I?
No, you sound crazy. But
or a former person that we used to work with, I can't remember his wipe ratio. He was like 1 out of every 5, like rear end.
Yeah.
Like, he wash his hands after.
Oh yeah. Hey, he only washed if you actually got something on him.
Yeah.
Ew. Disgusting. It's disgusting.
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Have you ever heard? Like sometimes RJ and I will shortcut it in the bathroom. If we go to the urinal, if we pee and no one's in there, we open the door and we walk out. We won't wash every single time after peeing if there's no backsplash. I mean, we're being truthful.
So,
but what?
I will, because remember you said you felt socially shamed to do it because we were in the bathroom at the same time.
Yeah, because of freaking LeGrande, those big mouths, like trying to shame us. Meanwhile, the stuff the crimes they commit.
Oh
in there.
my God, murder scenes.
But I've never heard anybody, not wash after number 2.
I know. I agree.
Yeah.
But
so I guess that's how the particles would be spread out in the hotel room.
That's how they would be spread out.
I worked with a guy who he wouldn't wash his hands going afterwards. He would just hit the hand sanitizer after you go in number 2 at work.
Can you honestly really just give me a wipe right now?
Yeah.
It's making me feel grimy, my hands.
Like
just talking about
it. No!
You're out?
They're at home. They're in the hotel room. Dadgummit, I got to go, too.
DJ.
I'm going to get some paper towels and wet them down and clean it up.
Ew. How's this toilet paper?
In here or the
okay.
hotel?
Oh, at the hotel.
I don't know. I haven't gone here.
I would never
go
I did.
It was okay. It was fine. I went there the other day.
Okay.
So other things like the in-room ice bucket. So this was a Walchuk thing from California. You know.
Oh my God! Don't tell me he used the ice bucket without the bag.
He used the ice bucket without the bag. So Sarah and I walked down because we walked down to get the ice, and Walchuk's there, and he goes and he puts his ice bucket in without the bag, and she's elbowing me on the side like, "What's this guy doing? What is he doing?"
I guess it's not the craziest thing because what else is ever going in the ice bucket?
I'll tell you what goes in the ice bucket. People who bring pets to hotel rooms use the ice bucket for their water bowl. And they don't wash them. So,
dude, like I mean,
oh my God!
Like I had heard,
I haven't even thought about pets in the room.
Like stewardesses and stuff when they do the.
I'm sorry. What?
What is it? Give me
flight
the word.
Attendants?
Flight attendant.
Steward. What year is this?
I think this sounds
30 years.
Whatever the hell it is.
Bobby ordered beef Wellington last night at dinner.
Even Philadelphia is making fun of you.
That's
over there for
fine.
that
That's
one.
fine.
My God.
Flight attendants, whatever. Okay. Let's ask them about Ishkabibbles during the next break. Flight attendants. I had heard that like occasionally like flight attendants in their stopover to wash their underwear will use the coffee pot, and I haven't used the coffee pot ever since.
Wait a second.
Like
they wash their
they'll
underwear
use it to
in
wash
the
in
coffee
the coffee pot. Yeah.
Flight attendants on the coffee pot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I heard it on a travel show.
So a former hotel employee says you should always wipe down the TV remote with a Clorox wipe. Do not jump into bed without setting covers somewhere else. Those bedspreads get cleaned once a year. Don't sit on those.
Look, man, I'm just looking for one hair. I'm looking if I don't see a hair in the bathtub and if I don't see a hair on those white sheets, then I'm going in.
Yeah,
I'm going in. I thought about taking a bath.
Well,
I
interestingly
thought
enough,
about taking a bath in this, but I was like, no, I'm not going to lay down on this.
It mentions in the article if you are going to take a bath, you should go to the store and buy tarp first and lay the tarp down, like a clear plastic tarp.
Yeah.
Like one of these bad boys, like a clear plastic tarp in the thing. So
like I'm getting ready to cut up a body in there.
Yeah. So stay. Yeah, like you're Dexter. So stay away.
Yeah.
Stay away from that. Okay. Do you want liking picks or Leo DiCaprio?
Let's go DiCaprio.
All right. So there was now they have since denied this, but there was a TMZ type rumor of 48-year-old Leonardo DiCaprio in some form of a romance with Eden Polani, who is a 19-year-old Israeli model.
He's 48?
He's 48.
Damn.
And she is 19. Now, he has a rule of sorts that he does not date past 25. So it doesn't matter if it was Giselle or Bar. Is it Bar Raffaelli or Raffaelli, whatever?
Yeah.
The moment they turn 25, gone. Cut. And this goes back to him being like 27 years old. So he cuts you as soon as you get to the age of 25.
Yeah.
And he is getting a little bit dragged on social media. People are calling him a predator.
Yeah.
He's 48. She's 19. Calling him a predator or, like any kind of name in the book you could possibly come at.
It's creepy. It just is.
It is
19. Come on, bro.
See what it like? What?
It's legal, but it's creepy.
No, obviously, it's legal. Yeah, it's legal. But I would if I was single now, I wouldn't date a 19-year-old.
You have nothing in common with them. You can't have a conversation.
They're just they're at like different points of their life. Now it wasn't.
Unless they have daddy issues and like need a father figure.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah,
I heard.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
It's true. That's the only way, right?
I
imagine if your daughter, on the dating nightmare scale, would you rather her date like the punk kid, exactly her age, and she's 19, or a 40-year-old?
At 19, the punk kid.
The punk kid.
Yeah.
But, I have heard an interesting theory, which is, how, like, generally when, couples get together as adults, it's not uncommon to see like 3, 4, 5 years age difference, usually the guy being older.
Yeah.
And I heard somebody suggested it, I can't remember who this was, suggested that girls or women are generally more mature than men at the same age, so they end up having to go a few years above to find somebody that's going to kind of match their maturity level.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
And so as a 19-year-old, I would rather my daughter date I'd rather she not date at all at 19. But at 19, like a 24-year-old instead of a 19-year-old or a 40-year-old, I'd probably feel better about 24.
Look at my mom's text she just sent me at the bottom. Read it.
Ha! You guys sound like a bunch of girls. Germs are everywhere. Get over it. Now, listen, I don't disagree.
Wow, she's trying to get canceled?
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. Germs are everywhere. Get over it. But that doesn't mean that you just completely ignore them.
Yeah.
You can still be clean. I agree. Like, I think we were, I like dirt on me every now and then. Like, give me some germs so I can build my immune system. That doesn't mean I want to invite them.
All right, let's talk NFC East. Let's talk Cowboys. Let's talk my DUI. Let's talk Bobby's golf game. As yesterday we caught up with my boy, my former weekend radio host. He spits fire in D.C. He was a return man legend for the Washington Redskins, now the Commanders, Brian Mitchell on Sean and RJ. Joining us now in the #1 air hot seat on the home of the Cowboys, my old radio friend, Washington football legend, part of the Sports Gumbo podcast, Brian Mitchell. B. Mitch, what's up, man?
I'm chilling, man. How you doing?
So,
I'm sure I'm not gonna combust, son.
Combust?
Talking to a Dallas show, and I'm a Philly and New York and Washington, man.
Okay. So
all the enemies.
Your second allegiance is Philly, then.
Yeah.
So you're rooting for them Sunday.
Yeah, a little bit, but I also have a great allegiance to Andy Reid. He's my coach for 3 years, so I just think when he has 2 weeks to prepare, he's gonna find something. But that defense of Philly is special. So it's like right now I try to figure out bets that's gonna make it to I don't have to be pulling for one side or the other.
Right.
So I'm looking at some over/under type stuff and who's gonna score some touchdowns.
Do you think that the NFC East is still going to keep being a Dallas-Philly toss-up, or Philly is now a long-term problem?
I think Philly's a problem. You look at them right now, and you look at how that offensive line is, the weapons that they have, and then their defense got damn good real quick. They're going to be a problem. One thing that what Philly is doing, Philly is reaching the goals that they set. Dallas got to find a way to reach those goals, man, where last year they went into the season, and then they get those injuries come at inopportune time for them. And, I always tell people when a team is as healthy as Philly has been, you got to take full advantage of that, because being healthy 2 years in a row, that rarely happens.
What's Dallas missing?
I don't know how much leadership in the coaching ranks right then for them is great.
Oh.
Because when we look at a lot of these coaches out here, they know how to get the absolute best every week out of their team. Right now it seems like they'll go somewhere, then they fall off. But they have all the talent in the world, And
You believe in the quarterback?
I think Dak has to he has to show me he can get it done. You can't keep talking about it. And for me, I don't know this little thing they're playing with Zeke and Pollard is the best running back on their football team. Stop wasting your time with Zeke. Move on.
But are you going to give Pollard a deal in today's NFL where they don't give running backs contracts anymore?
But they don't give him that type of money, but they're going to have to give him a little bit more. But how much money is Zeke making? And he's not giving you anywhere close to that. You know what I mean? So I watch Pollard and running backs like him, the guys that can split out and do different things, they seem to be more important. But the dude running the ball out the backfield, he's shown he's capable of doing that too. So I just think that what you have to do is find a way to get the best out of a player when they're making the least.
Do you guys make fun of Jerry Jones there like we make fun of Snyder?
We mess with Jerry, but you know what? Jerry knows Jerry knows how to make money. And that's what Jerry is there to do. And Jerry dips his nose into stuff, but the NFL loves Jerry because Jerry makes the NFL a lot of money too.
But what about him with the football side?
Does he know how to win?
I think Jerry gets away with stuff because he played. He played a little bit and things of that nature, so he gets away with it. But in Washington, a lot of people love the fact that Jerry is highly involved because when he's involved, things don't work out how it's supposed to work out.
Brian Mitchell, the Washington legend, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. So is Snyder, is this thing over? He's selling?
I'm hearing today that they say right around March things are supposed to be happening. So I think there are people waiting. They're waiting for it to happen.
The whole district?
There's parades being planned and house parties and everything else. So they want it to happen.
What was your relationship with him? Now, you spit fire. We even replay your stuff on local NBC. You never backed down, even when I was with you way back when. What's your relationship with him?
I've always had a good relationship with him. I didn't like Vinny Serrato at all. But the thing about it, like my thing I've told Dan, I say you have to learn to speak for yourself sometimes because too many people get to a position and they want to let other people speak for them.
Yeah.
And I have talked to the guy where the guy shows a personality, but nobody knows that he has one because he never says anything. So he has to have the opportunity to go out and speak for himself and stop always allowing everybody to speak for you.
I'll put you in the GM chair for Washington. Do you want them to draft a quarterback or sign/trade for a Garoppolo, Carr, whatever, or go what you got?
I'm past that. Go and get other people's problems. I think right now, Jalen Hurts was drafted in Philly. Jalen Hurts was not the guy he is right now. Some coaches put some time into him and look at what he's doing now. If they believe that they got a steal with Sam Howell. Sam Howell was projected to be a first rounder, stayed in college. All of his guys left, so he ends up getting in the 5th round. If Sam Howell can go and become in a year or two similar to a Jalen Hurts, if you have the right people to bring him along, then you may have somebody there. But when you go out and you go get somebody else's player and you pay them top dollar automatically, you can't build a team that way. Sam Howell's on a rookie contract.
Are you disappointed with where the Dallas-Washington rivalry has devolved to?
Yeah. Because, I mean, right now the games come on and we're trying to motivate, get things in. Nobody really cares. Like, I can remember back in the day, dude, the tension was so thick that you can cut it with a knife. And now it's not like that anymore.
Well, and
I think it's even Philadelphia against Dallas is probably more now.
So you played with all 3 NFC East teams. So where was the most intense hatred in the locker rooms that you played for?
I think when I got to Philly, I found a new level of hate. We didn't like Dallas, and you grew up that way. But when I got to Philly, man, they're serious about their passion for their team, and I was very much just like that town. So it was a great fit for me because that's the way I was raised. I got a military dad where, you tell people exactly what you feel, you look them in their eyes, and you keep moving. If you don't like them, tell them. And that's the way I've always been. So.
Yeah. Are you a Daniel Jones believer now? If they pay him, will that be good for the rest of us in the division?
I think Daniel Jones got coached finally. You watch, they didn't try to stop him from running the football, but they made him become a better decision maker, and they say still run, but they want him to protect himself more. I think that's what you have to do. Coaches come in too much and want to tell a guy how to play. The guy's been playing football a long time. He knows how to play. So what you do, you get him in there, and you try to help him get better at what he does, but also show him how to protect himself.
Brian Mitchell joining us in the #1 air hot seat here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. All right, we got some quick hitters for you. Your return specialist, return legend. Devin Hester, is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Well, you think he should have been in the first ballot?
I think he should have went the first ballot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darren Woodson.
I think he is.
Trent Dilfer said he's not impressed by Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady because of the easy way they have it offensively versus back in the day. To that you say?
I say, Trent Dilfer, stop talking. I mean, you are a Super Bowl winner because your defense scored more points than you.
Agreed.
Let's be real.
Okay.
Because, like, Aaron and Tom know they're not what they were before. Hell, Tom almost 50 years old.
Yeah.
And Aaron is starting to jump up there, too. But I just think that guys today like to say some outlandish to make sure that they could get
Who do you love on national TV of these analyst guys, and who's someone you just can't stand?
Some of them, I've always liked Sims. And
Phil.
Chris. Now he's pissing me off.
Top button.
It's the top. He's right behind you.
How did he tick you off?
But he's starting to piss me off. It's just saying some weird stuff sometimes.
Well, he was dogging Hurts all last week, and now today took a walk
But
back.
what is it about? I mean, people don't like Hurts. Why?
Well,
Bobby.
this guy will tell you because he's a running back.
No, it's not that. No, that's the Lamar joke. Lamar's a running back.
Jalen has become a better passer.
He has become a better passer. To me, I just think that Hurts is still a mid-tier passer, and if you take away that ability to run, he's not going to get some of the same soft looks.
But that's the thing about it.
He shifted in his seat.
But the way that team is right now, for you to take away that threat for him to run, you better have a bad defense.
He's a great weapon. I just would have probably 10 to 12 quarterbacks I would want before him.
But you can take him. But the thing about it, this is what I say. Everybody can't pass the ball like a Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And Jalen Hurts can he makes defensive coordinators wake up with gray hair.
You know Elliot Parks? He's a Philly guy. He's like a reporter. He tweeted.
Elliot Shore-Parks.
Elliot Shore-Parks. He tweeted today, it's a fact that everyone would rather have Hurts as their prototypical build for the next quarterback versus Mahomes. And he's getting laughed at off the face of the earth. Do you agree with him?
I don't think you can go and try to compare those. Those two dudes are totally different. But the offense that Philadelphia runs, is not many quarterbacks that fits it better than what Jalen Hurts does.
Do you think in today's game a prototypical pocket passer who's 22 years old coming in the league will work the way a Hurts type will who can use their feet?
If he can move around, it'll help him. But if he's not a runner, he's going to have problems.
This was our huge fight last
week. The guy has to be somebody that's naturally adept at running the football, like a lot of guys were, because in this day and age, this game is getting faster.
Yeah.
Those defensive linemen are getting a little smaller, a little quicker. That slug, that big club foot quarterback don't work anymore. But a lot of people are stuck in that. And the game of football is changing. Because look at the linebackers. Okay, I had Navarro Bowman on my show the other day. Navarro was 255 to 260 at linebacker. Right now, those guys are 218 to 220.
Yeah.
So this game is getting faster, and you got to adjust to that because all of the Tom Brady worked so long because Tom Brady knew what the hell was going on before it happened, and all quarterbacks do not.
What's your
study like Tom did?
Or Dan Orlovsky, who we fought with yesterday, came out with his top 5. Do you have your top 3 quarterbacks in order? The reason I'm bringing this up is we broke out in an Elway fight last week. These two so disrespectful to my boy, the great John Elway. You played against them. Is John Elway a little bit overrated? Where's he on your list?
I don't know. He's not in my top. I don't think he's
say 10. Say 10.
Brian.
No, he's not top 3 for me.
Is he top 10?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, who's 3? Who's top 3?
In top 3, I'm going to go with the people I love. I love Tom. I love Joe Montana.
Okay.
And
Marino, Peyton.
You know what?
Say something bad about Peyton Manning.
Peyton. I respect Peyton, but my thing is Marino. The way he threw the football, I started throwing the ball like Marino. That quick from the ear thing,
the release,
and then after like 3 years, I'm like, how the hell does he get all that velocity on this football? He was just a different dude. Marino. He was a bad man, but I'm not throwing Pat up there just yet. I think when Pat's career is getting close to the end, Pat could go up there. But right now, he hasn't done what those other guys have done. But I could see it happening. I could definitely see it happening.
Okay.
Because he gets 4 to 4,500 yards just waking up.
Okay. Troy or Elway?
Troy Aikman or Elway?
Yeah.
I'll go with Elway over Troy.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And the reason I said is because Troy – when you start looking at Troy numbers compared to all these other Hall of Fame quarterbacks, they're not close.
Right.
He had the absolute best offensive line in the world. He had probably one of the best running backs ever played. And Michael was shoving everybody, pushing them off and everything else. And nobody could stay. He was too big for these cornerbacks.
All right, Roger Goodell said today, officiating has never been better.
Roger Goodell's on crack. They missed so much this year. This team, this league, the referees have been horrible this year.
Yeah.
I mean, they missed so many face masks and helmet-to-helmet hits and different wide open. They don't call it. And if he always he don't want anybody to start thinking that the league is rigged. You start hearing people saying that. Well, stop these referees from some of these bogus calls or non-calls.
Jerry Jones comes on our show and station multiple times and keeps saying and suggesting that it's actually ridiculous with
crazy.
the grass versus turf argument. Every player says grass. Jerry says all the research shows turf. You played on both. Is there any argument?
I think the turf I played on was horrible.
Yeah.
The stuff they're playing on today is a little better than that. And I think the way they like it, because when you put down that stuff, it doesn't basically – you got an upkeep of grass is what's going to cost them. They don't have to do much upkeep. But believe me, if they're fighting for it, there's some kind of way getting some kickbacks.
Yeah, I'm sure they can't have their
you can't have concerts and all your other lacrosse games and soccer.
Yeah, because look, man, you can't beat grass. You now you find out about the carcinogens and everything with the new turf.
Yep.
Because all of the ground up tires and all that crazy stuff. So it's a problem coming from somewhere.
And kids are growing up playing on it.
Yeah.
I mean, every high school in Texas has got a turf football field. I mean, they're playing on this from 7 years old.
How many rounds of golf you got scheduled out here?
Just 3.
Chop, you want to talk golf? He's our diehard golfer.
I'm on my way when I leave here.
What about me?
This man. All right.
This guy.
Evaluate his swing, Brian. He is.
All right, ready?
Wait, tell him what he says.
So he's never played a round of golf before in his life, ever. He never swung a golf. He never got a top golf field.
Never picked up a club.
He says he could go out there and break 80 in how many rounds?
First time out, shoot 80.
I told him I would let him tee off on the green.
That's not happening.
I would let him tee off on the green and he wouldn't break 80.
I'm going to shoot 80 the first time, and that's just because it's the first time out.
After
a little bit of muscle memory.
He couldn't shoot 80 on the front.
Low 70s probably after a couple rounds.
Show him your swing then.
All right. So here's what we do. We
He
keep
just
this,
thinks it's
we
that
keep this
easy.
back leg steady. We're going to kind of point the toe out a little bit, open the hips up. So then we come and we just...
Yeah. You see where his eyes went over there?
Did you see that?
See, his eyes were looking back over there.
What do you think, B? What you think, B?
I think you'll shoot at least 175.
I got a $500 bet on it. I got a $500 bet on it.
You must think it's just the putts you're going to be doing.
No, I just I trust myself as a natural athlete.
Brian, what's going on? Sports Gumbo Podcast on Believe.
Yeah. But me and Leslie Shepard, you know me I like to cook.
Yeah.
And I just felt incorporating the food aspect and the sports together. And Gumbo is basically some of everything you can get. And I talk about all sports, so Sports Gumbo.
Sports Gumbo, Brian Mitchell. So before I left D.C., Brian had a celebratory bottle of Patron. And he's like, let's have a drink. What I didn't tell Brian, I was still on a breathalyzer from getting in trouble with a DUI. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I can have drinks with Brian Mitchell. I can sit here and hang out. I grew up watching this guy sitting there in Maryland. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to take the drinks, and I'm just going to wait it out here and wait for this to wear off until I can drive back 2 hours to Maryland. But going out with B. Mitch to party, it was fun. I don't know if you still go out and have a good time.
I have a good time.
I know you do.
Hey, man, got to keep it young.
I know you do. Which team's winning the Super Bowl?
Man, I don't know. It's gonna be a coin flip for me. I'm scared of this one. That's why I told you I gotta go with the total number and things like that. I'm scared to pick a side.
Brian Mitchell, that means Chiefs. He's scared of Philadelphia.
Yep.
Oh no,
Scared.
No. If I just felt Philly will win, I'll tell you they'll win. But Andy scares me when he has 2 weeks to prepare.
The amount of people that have like former players that have picked Philly is throwing me. It's got, like I told him, it's got like Denver Seattle vibes. Like
when people go all on one side, bro.
And all the players were like, nah, Seattle's going to win that game.
Last one, because you played against him too. Is the Micah Parsons, Lawrence Taylor talk
Michael Parsons?
fair?
Oh, yeah. He's special, man. I like him. I just tell him this. Stop picking fights with everybody that says something. If you
telling him that?
I'm just saying, I was telling him that. If you don't care what they say, don't respond to them. By you responding and getting in trouble with fights with everybody, it makes what they're saying now important.
Y'all happy with Porzingis over there?
No.
Get out for your tea time. B. Mitch in the #1 air hot seat on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Is Micah like trash talking with others like a thing? I remember him like walking through a huddle once,
Yeah.
but I didn't feel like this is a consistent issue.
I think he means his like social media presence, how he's talking with Kayvon Thibodeau, and there's like he's always got an opinion of everything on Twitter. I think that's more what he's talking about.
All right, let's hook up the Tolos for turning it on, leaving it on, supporting us this week out here in Phoenix on Radio Row. The way to do it, an Adam Sandler ticket giveaway.
That's right, Tolos. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler live at the American Airlines Center on February 15th. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That was funny, though. Chris Sims was sitting right in back of us as Brian Mitchell was starting to destroy. And I'm telling you, I know he's not the biggest name. I don't know how many Tolos at what age group remember Brian Mitchell, who was like the best return man in the game for a long, long time. He does not care. He's the type of dude that'll fight anyone at any time. Any athlete in D.C. gets mad at him, has an issue or point, good Lord, he is not scared whatsoever. He will he'll go ahead and spit the fire.
Yeah.
So he did not care that Chris Sims was sitting right behind him all buttoned up.
No, but, you know, on the other side, no one's really scared of Chris Sims.
Yeah.
That top button is one of the biggest pet peeves I have. I cannot deal with it.
Maybe Florio, we can get Florio to have him change it. Florio's going to join us in the final hour today.
I can ask him, dude, seriously, like how annoying, like how do you deal with it? I couldn't look at that every day.
What's driving you crazier, his top button or his Jalen Hurts takes? Which
top button.
We'll play later.
His top button. Quarterback, his take on Taylor is just an opinion. I'm not going to get mad about that. That's an affront. The top button is it's insulting. It really is.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. I had Cowboys written here, but I kind of just want to go back to Kyrie and the Mavericks and the NBA and the trade deadline stuff. This is an Aaron Rodgers type Cowboy. What does Aaron Rodgers go on? These
Pat
trips?
McAfee show.
No, the trips.
He goes on cleanses.
Retreats. This is a Cowboys cleanse for me, I feel like, today and this week. Kyrie, NBA, blockbuster trades. How's it all going to work in the Western Conference? Hit us up at 877-881-1053. The Kyrie debut and Kevin Durant traded to the West next on The Fan. But first, oh my
our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWsecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Dallas Mavericks will get the victory on the road. Dynamite Dallas debut for Kyrie Irving. 24 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds.
What a debut. They go into L.A. and beat the Clippers. That was the call. Nationally televised game as well for Kyrie Irving and the Mavs supporting cast getting the W without Luka. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank y'all for being Tolos. And this is just my Cowboy cleanse because we have basketball and hoops and trades to talk about, with today being NBA trade deadline day. So Kyrie Irving, playing after one practice, said the most. Well, I'm going to start actually with a tweet from Tolo Cal. He said, listening a while back, Sharif, you asked, what is Charles Barkley seeing that you guys aren't? Because I feel like the TNT guys, who I love personality-wise, they go back to some, the old same narratives, right? Luka doesn't make anyone better. The Mavericks play too slow. Porzingis needs to go inside and post up. But the whole Luka doesn't make anyone better thing I took issue with. And I was like, why do they keep saying it? And Cal on Twitter said, last night is exactly what Charles was talking about, with the way that Kyrie Irving plays and swung the ball around, got everyone involved. That is what Charles is talking about when discussing Luka.
I can't disagree. I can't say
What?
they're wrong.
Damn
it. Never mind.
Yeah, good. Mr. Radio Engineer wannabe tried to mute things while I sneezed. I muted my own, and then he turned his own. Worry about your own self.
No, his Chop didn't have his mic on. I was about to troll for it. Mine wasn't on.
Getting ready to turn it on. I mean, I had to clear my throat again.
It is amazing that people in this radio business who don't do fundamental things, like have a headset on when we come back, stop cursing and dropping the F word, turning your mic on. I had mine on during Choppy's spot.
It's disgustingly.
It is disgustingly.
Yeah. This is the we cannot be in control of our microphones. Okay, we are not. We should, as soon as we're ready on the air.
Diva.
I blame DJ. I just blame DJ.
Diva.
Ted never would have let this happen. He would have had it on the whole time.
Ted would have been taking
a nap.
A nap back at the hotel.
He would have taken a nap.
He would have biked back to the hotel.
He would have. I can't disagree with Charles, though. Like, after seeing that last night, I can't.
I can't wait to see the number of passes or whatever metrics people use for ball movement, because that pace and that ball movement, the ball whipping around. I mean, yes, the Mavs were hot. Okay.
Yeah, they were on fire.
They were on fire, but everyone was touching it. That gets everybody involved. That gets everybody in more of a rhythm, and that is going to lead to better percentages. They shot 52% from the field and 48% from three. I mean, Reggie Bricklock doesn't shoot like that. He was on fire. He hit 6 threes. Kyrie hit 4 threes. Pinson ended up going 2 for 2 from deep. But that's the ball movement difference that some Tolos were looking for. And then it just feels like there is a recent emergence now with Hardy and Green. It feels
especially
like
Green.
It feels like a poor man's version of Josh Howard and Marquise Daniels. Like the last time we could feel decent about 2 young prospects and 2 young players on this team. I'm not even talking about exact fits. I'm not trying to compare the skill sets, but the last time you had 2 guys who, they're not stars, right? But 2 solid players, athletes, like they bring some athleticism to your team. And last night, Green and Hardy, they were doing it again. They are flashing here as of late to make you feel better about the Dallas Mavericks' depth. And the internet is taking notice and reacting. Kendrick Perkins, noted longtime Luka hater. Good luck to any team in the West trying to stop a happy Kyrie and skinny Luka in the postseason.
Skinny?
Real talk. Kyrie said, the most important thing we stress as a team, don't force the ball to me. You can play off me. I can play off the ball. I can cut. When Luka gets back, it'll be even more enjoyable to see. So these are some of the reactions to the Kyrie debut in the win over the Clips.
It was a good win. It was a good debut. I'm excited to see how it is with more practice time. And then when Luka comes in and see how he, comes into the fold and meshes with Kyrie. That's going to be interesting because Kyrie's used to playing. He in the past he was used to playing with, and even with Durant, a guy that as soon as the ball gets to them, it sticks with him.
Yep.
So he's accustomed to doing that. He's accustomed to playing with that. Perhaps he doesn't like that. He kind of he didn't last in the last spot. But I suspect that the way Luka has the ability to pass the basketball, it'll change things. They were fast break. They play with a much faster pace. It looked like last night than they have in previous games. Perhaps that helps. This is a very slow team anyway. So they takes forever to get a shot off.
I think we're going to see Reggie Bullock 3-point attempts go up once Luka's back in, because it's just going to be too easy for Luka, isolate at the top, break down the defense, kick out to Kyrie, who then comes in and breaks down the defense. There's going to be all this collapse, and it's just going to be easy threes for Bullock or THJ or whoever. I just think you're going to see a lot of, while Luka and Kyrie are going to get theirs, I think their ability to just pressure a defense and then collapse it is going to be huge for the perimeter shooters.
So we had brought up how the rest of the league could be judging Luka now that he's going to be playing with a true superstar. How's the rest of the league looking at Nico? Draymond Green, because all we heard, right? Nico's loved by the players. Nico got the Nike hookup. He got the shoe contracts. Here's Draymond Green on his podcast talking about the Mavs GM after this move.
Also, one thing you should understand about that trade is Dorian Finney-Smith played in a game against us the night before, which means that wasn't even in talks, because he wouldn't have played. Because if he gets hurt in that game, that blows the whole trade up. Spencer Dinwiddie played in the game with us the night before. If he gets hurt, blows the whole trade up. So, number one, think about how fast that trade had to come together. We played them in the game the night before. By noon the next day, they were traded for Kyrie. That came together fast. Got to credit Nico Harrison for having the guts to pull the trigger like that. Like, he didn't have much time to think. He pulled the trigger. I respect that from Nico. You know why I respect that? Because this is a what have you done for me lately league. And GMs and coaches are usually the first to go. Dallas not having a great year of what they would have expected to have coming off of the year that they had last year. But also, they lost Jalen Brunson. And so now you're essentially replacing Jalen Brunson with Kyrie Irving. Jalen Brunson's good, but Kyrie Irving is Kyrie Irving. So kudos to Nico for pulling the trigger like he pulled the trigger.
So there's Draymond giving Nico props. What, Bobby?
Just his little, Dallas, not having the year people expect. It's no, I think didn't everybody expect they'd be kind of where they are?
Not KNC.
Yeah, they're going to be the NBA champ.
Well,
KNC playing the victory parade, which is foolish from the jump.
But I mean, being right in the thick of a clustered West. I think this is right where everybody thought they'd be.
I thought they'd be even lower. I didn't think they would be 4. I mean, they're not 4 right now.
The West took a step back too. In general,
this team overachieved last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how many more times I can say it.
No, they did.
They overachieved. We were the Atlanta Hawks version of when they went and beat.
Absolutely.
They beat the Knicks and lost
they
to.
Did. They went to the conference finals.
Yeah.
I think you can more easily repeat what the Mavericks did though than Atlanta will not do that again.
Yeah, because they're about to blow it up. They're about to trade John Collins.
And that's why Atlanta wasn't going to be able to do that again. Dallas, whenever you've got a Luka, there's always a shot you can get a miracle run to the West Finals. So I think that's at least you're able to duplicate that more easily.
I have no idea, in terms of who came up with the idea for this trade. How much was Nico? How much was Mark? Because Mark does a lot. He is. I mean. I suspect Mark is more the GM of the Mavericks than Jerry is the GM of the Cowboys. I wonder how that would break down. But yeah, I mean, for this to come together that fast, it's a good deal. It's a really good move, and to do this when, like Draymond said, the night before they literally were playing a game, so this thing came together within 12 hours.
Kevin Durant traded to the Phoenix Suns overnight. 4 unprotected firsts and a bunch of role players going to Brooklyn. What is the lesson? What's the lesson of the Brooklyn Nets?
The lesson of the Brooklyn Nets
16 games total played between Durant, Kyrie, and James Harden. What's the lesson?
That they are the risk to the super team reward.
That fits still matter. You can be talented, but like the fit has to matter, and the chemistry has to matter.
I mean,
but it wouldn't prevent you from wanting to get like a third superstar.
No, I would still. I would
No.
if I were the Nets, I would do the exact same thing over again.
It wouldn't prevent me from making that kind of a push, but it would prevent me from not prevent me. I think it should, as a lot of these super teams that blow up do, it should slow you down to go, is this the right fit of superstars, though, to put together? Because you can have that mix, and if it's not the right mix, it doesn't matter how talented they are. If they don't play well together as a team, it's screwed. That, like, we're sitting here talking about Luka and Kyrie and how talented they are, and we're like, but we still got to see how it works together.
The Lakers finally get rid of Russell Westbrook. Apparently him and Darvin Ham were arguing at halftime of their final game together. So Westbrook gets eventually traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. D'Angelo Russell is going back to the Lakers. Choppy, 2 leftover Laker pieces, Laker Bucks tickets, and the final picture.
Yeah, so the Laker Bucks tickets, for one, could you imagine?
Oh, my gosh.
Being these poor people.
This is sickening.
So LeBron,
well, they're not poor people.
They're not poor. On Tuesday night, passed Kareem on the all-time scoring list. Well, you know, they also had other games on this homestand. They saw costs climb more than 600% from original face value. The latest meeting with the Thunder cost an average of $1,750 per ticket. A matchup with the Milwaukee Bucks saw priced at just under $2,000 on average. One fan bought a pair of tickets for $50,000. There are also reports of fans buying tickets for $100,000 each. Everyone who paid for those $100,000 Bucks tickets is crying and throwing up right now because they are essentially useless. You can now gain entry to that game online for less than $100 a ticket. Could you imagine?
What would have been the smart bet though? Like, first off, it's a sign of his greatness, and people are like, he's breaking it tonight. He needs 36. He's walking in looking like the Matrix in his outfit. Like, which game would you have bet on if you had to spend $100K to drop?
And how many? He was
36.
36 away.
Yeah, I mean that's not just. He was telling his kids mic'd up, all right, now I just need 8 and 8. Yeah, I'll go out and get that. I'll just do it. Like, which one would you have put the smart money on? 36 is not 15 points.
It's not 15, but you knew that they were going to feed him. And that if he gets close, you knew. If he had over 25,
not feed, he was just going
to take it.
Gun.
If you have that money to spend, though, why wouldn't you just wait until, like, it's the day before that game or the day of that game where you can spend the money again to get those tickets?
If I knew if it was game day and I knew he needed 36, I'm going to the first game.
All right, so you're spending the money on that.
Yeah, now if I was 2 weeks out, I would like Bobby said, I would not buy a ticket 10 days out. I would wait till game day and then buy it. Yeah,
fine. Make the game day decision. Are you betting on 36 that day or the Bucks game after?
I would bet on 36 because we all knew once he got even in the vicinity, he was just going to take over.
Yeah, it's betting on 36. It's like when Kobe goes for 60 in his last game. It's like when they're feeding Dirk in his last home game and he scores a season high. It's the same thing.
And the picture?
So if you look, this
is a social study.
Oh, it is. There is the photo of the final shot from behind LeBron. So from vantage point of the other basket. And you look into the crowd, and in the crowd, I mean, literally everybody is holding up their phones, taking videos and photos. And there was an interesting shot, like a side-by-side with Jordan's final shot in Utah. And this is before cell, but there wasn't a single camera. Everybody was just watching in the moment. And that is a perfect sociological study of today versus yesterday. And we do. We miss everything. You know, I can't tell you how many times you go to a theme park or whatever and you see parents watching their kids through the screen of their phone. Or go to a baseball game, go to a youth baseball game. Your parents don't watch their kids hit. They watch the phone, which is watching their kids hit. And it's sad. And we all do it. I mean, even if
you like record your kid's entire flag football game.
Well, I'll there's people with cameras that'll just set it up I record a lot.
I mean, kids, everyone has to edit the clips together for the scholarship.
Right.
You got to get his tape ready.
You got to. But it's sad, man. Like when I went to one of the final games of Aaron Judge this year for the 62. I think it was the first and the second game. I missed the one he actually did it on, or the second game, whatever. And yeah, even I got caught up in trying to film it, and I'm like, man, what am I doing? I'm not even watching. I'm watching it through the screen. I should have just stayed at home.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of youth sports, RJ wants youth basketball canceled after what happened at this game, and Terry Bradshaw talking about dying on air. That's next, right here, live from the Super Bowl. It's Radio Row continuing on 105.3.
Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Our Radio Row coverage brought to you in part by Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house. Rally House. Yesterday, Roger Goodell held his State of the NFL press conference. I think the biggest thing that came out was Goodell saying the officiating has never been better. DeMaurice Smith on the NFL PA side said, we want to get rid of the combine. It's unfair to these prospects. It's a meat market. We had a slavery analogy that was thrown in as well. And RJ Choppy, we now have an updated list of NFL draft questions that these prospects are not allowed. Before we get to that, how many combines have you been to, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell?
One.
Okay. What did you feel like could be trimmed off of it that didn't make sense? How would you change the combine or adjust it?
I would just probably get rid of the bench. Because guys who do the bench now, especially because they make you do it a lot of times in one day, the guys who bench are not running the same day. So like last year, remember, it was hilarious. Like every wide receiver had to walk up and go, say their name, their school, and they go, and I'll be benching at my pro day. And they had to just pass the mic off and run through 60 receivers to declare they weren't going to bench because guys don't want to do that if they have to run in the same day.
You okay with that, Teen?
Wait,
you okay with that, Teen? Did you eat your tuna, by the way, yesterday?
No, I didn't eat it.
You were shamed. You were fish shamed.
No. If I get hungry, because I'm staring at those Twix bars right there. If I get hungry, I'm going to dip into the tuna, no doubt. Right in here, right in the middle of all these people, I'm going to eat my tuna.
How much would I have to give you to put some of the tuna on a Twix bar and eat it?
Oh, well, it is a little salty. I'm sure.
It's sweet and savory.
I think that would make me puke. I think I would be Bobby today.
But are we to believe that world-class college athletes, soon-to-be pro athletes, can't bench and sprint the same day?
It's the recommendation from every training facility they work with. Every single training facility informed the combine, if you're making them bench and run in the same day, they will not run because of just exertion and potential for injury and stuff. They tell. I'm just telling. Well,
I am thrown.
I mean, they run world-class training facilities.
I know they do.
I'm
sure they do. They also get guys hurt all the time. Just listen to me. I know what I'm talking about.
From benching and running at the same time.
Benching and running in the same day. I don't know that that's some kind of crazy thing to ask them to do, but whatever. I don't know.
Now I want this Twix.
Go for it, man. I love Twix. It's the only candy with the cookie crunch.
Okay, so the draft questions that have now been banned.
All right. You can thank Jeff Ireland, I'm sure, for starting this thing.
Dez?
Oh, God. So the NFL has warned clubs that inappropriate questions will result in the loss of a draft pick and a fine. So they are giving them guidelines on a list of questions. It's okay to ask about football IQ and try to gain an idea about that, but so the fine is a pick between the first and fourth round, and a minimum of $150,000.
Okay.
For out of bounds questions.
Okay.
So in reference, you've seen examples. Jeff Ireland asked Dez if his mom was a sex worker. The Falcons asked Eli Apple his sexual preference.
Yep.
Darius Geis was asked about his sexuality and if his mother was a sex worker.
Oh, my gosh.
So
Marcus Davenport had that happen from the Texans when he was coming out as well.
And a lot of this is because of the psychological well-being of athletes, which we've seen from Kevin Love to Simone Biles and Brandon Marshall, have spoken out. Michael Phelps about mental health. So these are the guidelines. They cannot ask if their mom or dad, I suppose, is a sex worker. They cannot ask.
Glad we had to write this down. Now, let me say, and this was my take during the Dez thing. I'm being truthful here. It is something I would be interested in knowing. I know I can't ask it, but I would be interested in knowing if there's some type of crazy current or past family history. I would want to know that.
Okay, I guess what would be the point?
I mean, it's like dating, right?
Yeah.
Like, how many times with the woman that you start dating, you're like, how's your mother? Is your mom crazy?
I get it.
You know what I mean? Like, Sometimes we make stripper jokes. Oh, they have daddy issues.
What's the limitation on this? So, like, specific just to sex work? Like, you can't ask about that?
Right.
Because
Not
like,
drug use?
So, like, and this is not a secret. You can Google this. This is out there. There have been articles about it. When Oso Odigizua was coming out in the draft, every team asked him about and had to do investigation on the fact that his dad's in prison for committing a mass shooting in like 20 years ago. And that's stuff that like they want to evaluate, and they want to just see, hey, how did that affect you growing up? Like, would that this year be something that would get you in trouble?
Right. Like, what if the kids sat down? I don't know this incident specifically, but let's just say that someone definitely was guilty of a mass shooting, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And their son is sitting in front of you, and the son's like, yeah, but he's innocent. And like, I'm just talking like there's no doubt he was guilty, right? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that disturb you as a team who's getting ready to invest this money?
Yeah, I suppose it would.
Right? You know what I mean?
You know,
like my dad didn't do it. And you're like, okay, son, we have the video. Like, we're looking at it. Like, something like that. I'm just throwing out an example, extreme. But we're talking about extreme questions.
These are extreme questions. Like,
wouldn't that make you hesitate? Like, listen,
I would if I found out
RJ actually would draft you higher up in the rounds if you came up with a better lie. That would improve your draft status in Choppy's world.
I'll say this: I would never turn a family member in.
I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about like a delusional answer, like would make you question this kid's head.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
I mean, if it's on video and you're like, yeah, it's on video. Anyway, let's move.
The next one: they cannot ask if you see or have seen a psychologist.
Okay.
Or therapy.
Therapy, very commonplace nowadays. That wouldn't disturb me.
They cannot ask if you have or have had mental health concerns.
Okay.
And they also, and this is vague, cannot ask you anything that could be deemed demeaning, which is very vague.
Yeah.
That's too broad.
I mean, that's very broad.
Yeah. I would like to know if you see a psychiatrist and for what. I would like to know that.
I can see wanting to know that. Yeah, I can see wanting to know that.
Yeah.
You could lose a first to fourth round draft pick for the vague definition of demeanor. If I was a team, I'd be throwing a fit about this. Like, what?
Yeah.
What if I'm dealing with somebody who's got a sensitive area to something that I don't know about because you haven't allowed me to ask other background questions, and then I ask that one, he finds it offensive and hurtful, and then the league agrees and they take a pick.
Yep. Okay, so like the outlier questions that a player might find demeaning or embarrassing. That's the official.
Okay.
Demeaning or embarrassing. So there's your there's your four. There's your big four. Now, by the way, you could hire a private investigator to find all these informations out on,
Or just hire me.
How good are private investigators?
I'm very good.
I'd like to spend a week with a PI.
With a
gumshoe.
That they called gumshoes.
So someone who has had, a lot of issues, and he's been very outspoken. And part of the reason people love him is Terry Bradshaw. Terry Bradshaw was talking with Denver radio apparently, and he was talking about dying on air. He's had a lot of health issues. Terry talking about possibly dying on air with Fox.
I told Fox, if I could just die on the show, think about the ratings, right? I mean, are we not about ratings? That'd be huge. Not only that, it'd be a huge carryover. Then all the networks would be saying Bradshaw died on the Fox NFL Fund. Can you imagine the huge stuff? And maybe I'll get a statue out front, if I don't have a statue yet. But I want to do it as, if I can keep my health together, I love what I'm doing. But we all get old, and we're gonna get kicked out. I'm not looking over my shoulder, but Brady is coming in for 37.5.
I think he's been sick. They've talked about it on the air how much he's struggled and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's Chop. You know how you joke around to try and diffuse awkwardness or whatever.
Always.
I think that's kind of what it is. It's just a little bit like you're coming to grips with your own mortality and turning it into a bit.
Tell me if you think this is a great or stupid analogy or offensive one, which may end up getting me a DM from the person. Is Terry Bradshaw the NFL version of Grego?
Ooh.
From this standpoint, like people are like back when we were working with Grego, like very likable, genuine, transparent at times. Like, people love that Terry tells us his problems.
I think the difference is that Grego was responsible for his success that he had in his life, and Terry was a ride-along.
Yeah, if Mr. Duck Dynasty doesn't quit at Louisiana Tech or whatever, Bradshaw doesn't even get to the NFL.
You know, he's sitting there hunting rabbits.
Here's Bradshaw when he knew that his coworker Sean Payton was taking the Bronco job.
We're from Denver.
Yeah.
Your coworker.
I'm so mad at him.
Why? Come on, we all saw this coming. When did you know? When did you really know?
Well, I knew, maybe, perhaps. Sean knew. We hung with him.
Yes.
We drank beer. He drank my whiskey, and we would talk, and he would talk. And I'd say, well, you can't go to Charlotte. Yeah. That's the NFC South. You can't go to Houston. They don't have a quarterback down there. You don't want to be in Houston. Where else could he have gone?
Arizona.
No, that quarterback. He don't want to work with that quarterback.
But he'd rather work with Russ?
I don't think so. But you know what? That's all he's got.
Yeah. Well,
he's got no choice. But I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. He'll get the most out of him.
So the headlines are Sean Payton didn't want to go to the Cardinals because of Kyler Murray, and Russell had nothing to do with him taking the Bronco job.
Yeah, he didn't want Russ either.
Sounds like a straight money whip.
It does.
Sean Payton goes, "You're going to pay me $18 million? I'm in. I don't care what the situation is.
I'll deal with it." I think it could be a mistake. Why would you go to a place where you don't like the quarterback? And you're tied to him.
I told you this was a dumb decision.
You're tied to him.
I told you this is a dumb football decision.
Sean Payton's going to be John Gruden minus the racism in a couple years. We're just going to look at him like what this guy is. He's lost it. He's lost it because they're not going to go to the playoffs. They got cap problems. They got a quarterback who ain't any good.
But he's just that arrogant.
Yes, he
confident enough to say, I can fix him.
That's that coach mentality in general. I can fix him. Whether it's off the field problems, bad play, I'll fix him.
It's a relationship mentality.
But it's coaches especially.
Never hitch your wagon to a QB you A, don't believe in, and B, can't move.
Yeah. It's a relationship thing, right? Bobby's wife was like, I can fix him. I can salvage him.
She was wrong.
And she failed miserably.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. The G-Bag Nation is going to sit down with us. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's not. It's KMC. I can't. Wait. Dawson and Bassick. Both. I was right. Don't doubt yourself, man. CeeDee Lamb says, stop doubting Dak Prescott. Back off of my quarterback. Hear from CeeDee Lamb. We're going to have a combo of KMC and G-Bag to celebrate the Mavs, and Mike Florio, all to finish out the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
starting to heat up in here a little bit. Are we allowed to use the wireless right now, or when do these restrictions come into play? You know how screwed we get as a morning show out here? No live guests.
No.
We can't use the wireless mic because of Good Morning America?
Yeah, Michael Strahan needs it, I guess. But no, we can use it 9 a.m. Central Hour, right? 8 a.m. Arizona. 8 a.m. It's the last hour we're allowed to use
hang
it.
on.
You weren't here for this.
That's a real thing.
We're on the same frequency as Good Morning America and can't use it till they're off the air.
So today and tomorrow, we can only use the wireless mic in the final hour of the show. So in 18 minutes, right now, Good Morning, we're sharing like the same frequency as Good Morning America. So we're not allowed to use it for another 18 minutes.
I think we should use it just to spite them. Like Strahan.
So what would happen? Like, would we be able to tap into this right now, DJ, and talk on their broadcast?
I think he's saying no because
I think he's lying.
Yes, we would
I think
do
he's
it.
lying. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's bust in. Let's
I think
bust.
he's lying. He already
Bust
knows
in.
Tim Collins is already unhappy with our show, and DJ doesn't want to.
We don't want to piss off Diane Sawyer.
Is she on that show?
I don't know.
Is she alive?
Is she?
I think she's alive.
I think
my
so.
gosh.
It was Barbara Walters that we lost.
This
She
is
died.
2020.
Yeah. Barb died.
Yeah.
Babs.
I watched a lot of her tributes. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line.
Yeah, Lady Di is still with us.
I don't think they call her Lady Di.
I do.
That would be Princess Diana.
I don't even know who that is.
Okay, C.D. Lamb was in this room, still rocking the Old Spice advertisement. And
That's what I use.
Is it? You going to show us all?
Oh,
you
yeah.
travel with deodorant as well?
Who doesn't travel with deodorant in their backpack? You got to have deodorant in your backpack.
I don't.
Really? Oh, it's a must. You got to have.
Let me see your bag. Let's just go through your bag right now. Let's go through RJ's bag
All
segment.
right. Okay. So,
All right. We have baby wipes.
got a Rockstar energy drink.
Yeah.
Let's see.
As you shamed me for my backpack the other day, that I don't know why. It's a black bag.
Got pistachios.
Okay. Are you a big pistachio eater? I've never seen you eat pistachio.
No, not really. I just have snacks. I got cough drops. I got tissues. I got some medications.
What are the tissues for?
You're like a
blow my nose.
You're like a 50-year-old mother.
Yeah.
Nose, you said?
Yeah. What? Blow my nose. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Or I
no.
guess as a parent, I don't know.
I've got an inhaler in case I
Inhaler? Wait. Inhaler for what?
my asthma.
You have asthma?
I've developed it later in life.
Okay.
I've got a fork. I got tuna. Got tuna in there.
Wow.
I got my vaccine cards.
That is so versatile.
I've got, what is this? This is a pill. I got amoxicillin
What?
in case I get sick. I can just pop
Amoxicillin
one
is
of
not
those.
real enough.
Some chargers.
Okay.
Let's see. I got vitamin C tablets.
Oh.
Some more cables. I got old receipts.
The vitamin C might be why you had the bubble guts the other day.
I don't think I turned my mic off while I sneezed just then.
didn't.
May not.
All right. Dang it. My bad. Mikey Bassick, thank you for getting here, Mike.
I try.
Were you with Dawson?
No.
Okay. So Dawson may not be coming. This is Mike Bassick's day.
The train comes every 15 minutes. So at 7:05, I walked outside, and the train was going by, and I was like, well,
Mike,
that's not going to work.
In honor of you, I'm going to cancel and continue my Dallas Cowboy cleanse. I was about to play some CD Lamb audio, but I'd much rather talk about the Mavericks and Kyrie Irving. You stayed in last night to fully enjoy the experience.
Yeah.
Initial thoughts on Kyrie's debut.
We're going to win the championship.
Shut up.
No, it was great. I thought the pace was amazing that they played at. It looked like an NBA basketball game.
It really did. It's amazing. Like we said, Luka makes everybody better except everybody he's ever played with.
Well, I think this.
What's the difference in Kyrie's? This is a legit question I have, because last night the ball was whipping around.
Right.
And it's amazing how good he looked with one practice. What's the difference, you think, in Kyrie getting those involved versus Luka getting those involved?
Well, so here's issues that Kyrie had last night, and this will take a little bit of time.
By the way, your Q rating is very high because our dinner picture, everyone was saying, where's Bassick? He's my favorite. Where's Bassick? He's the best. So the Tolos were loving you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Is at times Kyrie would get a pick by Dwight Powell, and they would blitz him or they would double team him. He would then bounce past the ball to Dwight Powell at the free throw line. Dwight Powell can't do anything with that ball. Kyrie's going to learn, right? He's just like, no, I'm going to give that ball to Nick Claxton, or I'm going to give that ball to Ben Simmons, let's say. But with the Mavericks, he's going to learn, all right, when I get the pick set, I can't give Dwight Powell the ball at the free throw line. He can't really do much. He's going to be very confused on, oh, no, I can't shoot it from here. I can't really take the ball off the dribble. So there's like little things where Kyrie's going to learn his teammates more on where they like getting the ball and where they don't like getting the ball, where sometimes we'll be like, man, Luka, well, he's over dribbling in that situation going, I got to get Dwight Powell closer to the basket until I can pass him the basketball. But what I love from Kyrie and then Josh Green, who just is improving game after game after game, is they want to get out and go.
Yeah.
And so now when you look at, if you have Josh Green and Kyrie Irving that want to get out and go, when Hardy is on the court, he wants to get out and go. You have guys that want to run. And so now it is up to Luka when he comes back, whether it's Friday or Saturday night, it sounds like, is that he needs to understand we can get a lot easier buckets with these role players if I get out and go. If in 3 to 5 seconds you go and nothing's there, that's fine. Now we play isolation basketball with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. I will say this, though. They did have actually plays last night, and I feel like the Mavericks pretty much run 2 plays, one to start the game and then 85 in a row of isolation basketball with a 3 guys stand and watch while Dwight Powell or somebody picks for Luka. They try to get the switch, and then Luka does whatever he wants to do, whether it's score or pass the ball at the end of the possession for a shot or a layup. And so I really liked what I saw. I do think that a lot of this is on Luka. Kyrie has adjusted to LeBron James. Kyrie has adjusted to James Harden. Kyrie has adjusted to Kevin Durant. We don't know what Luka is going to be like. I think he's an unbelievable player. I think the best offensive player in the game. But this will be the first time where he has another star on the court with him, because Porzingis does not. He's good. Porzingis is good. He's not in the same category as Kyrie.
He's crazy how he couldn't work here. It didn't work here with him. He's doing better. He's doing well in Washington.
I think when there's no pressure and you don't have to do anything to make the playoffs, and the last 5 minutes don't really matter, I think Porzingis thrives in those situations.
And Carlo wanted him to stand outside the 3-point line, stay out there.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so what else from last night?
I thought it goes to show you this. You lose Dorian Finney-Smith, and Dinwiddie's okay defensively. Dorian Finney-Smith is above average. And they're like, I don't know what they're going to do defensively. Well, I don't know. You know what? When all 5 guys try, you know what happens? You're actually an average defensive team.
Yeah.
If you have good defenders and all 5 guys try, you're a good to great defensive team. And so I thought last night it showed you can be an average. I don't want to put them above average, but you can be an average defensive team. You know what you have to do? All 5 guys have to get back on defense, and you all have to really try. And Luka, I don't want to make this a Luka bashing thing. I love him. But if Luka's going to pout on the other end when he doesn't get a call or a ball doesn't go in the basket, you become a bad defensive team because you have 4 guys trying to guard 5 guys. And it also, I think, demoralizes the energy of the team when one guy is not trying on defense. And so I thought last night, what an unbelievable effort from the Mavs defensively.
Yeah, it was. Do you think Luka can play at that pace?
Good question.
I do, because I feel like Slovenia plays faster than the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know why he likes outletting the ball with Slovenia, but I watch a lot of Slovenia basketball.
Did he run with them?
You're sick. You're just a sick individual.
And he would outlet the ball up. So he would push the ball in international basketball with lesser players. And it always confused me on the Mavs. I'm like, he trusts Slovenians. He trusts his country more than he trusts the Mavs getting the ball up the court.
Because 1% of my brain said, is it possible that Luka doesn't want to run? I wonder how many players. You think everybody wants to run. You think everyone wants to get in transition. Everyone wants to run Showtime. And I was like, I wonder how many NBA players besides big men don't want to run like deer in the open.
He does want to touch the ball a lot. And if you run all the time, he's going to stop it because he's going to be like, no, I can't get my show off. My entertainment is not fast break basketball. My entertainment is isolation basketball. So I understand that at times he's going to be like, let me demoralize this other team by dancing with the basketball, getting a guy on my hip, whether it's making a layup, whether it's step back, whether it's making an unbelievable pass. That is the best part of his game. But I do think if the Mavs pick and choose good spots to run, it makes it more difficult for the other team to guard. The other thing, too, is we stink on rebounds, and I think we'll always stink on rebounds with this team. But you know what happens when you get out and you outlet the ball and run? Other coaches say, guys, we can't crash the boards that much because if we do, they're going to outlet the ball and get easy baskets. If you shoot the ball or you're at the top of the key, you got to get back. So that's all of a sudden one of the things that Miami Heat with LeBron were such great rebounders. Nobody dared to ever try to offensive rebound off of them because of what they would do in transition.
Yeah. I was talking about this with the guys earlier. I think this move, especially after watching last night how things work out, I think this is going to add up to actually surprisingly more Reggie Bullock shots. Because I think the way Luka will be able to break down the defense, kick to Kyrie, who then breaks down the defense, you're just going to have all this collapsing and open shots for Bullock.
It's amazing to me that a human being can't make a basketball or can't hit a baseball for 2 months. And then after 2 months or 3, they all of a sudden turn back into like a solid player. Like Reggie Bullock was getting the exact same shots for the first 3 months of this season and couldn't make them. Last night, obviously 5 for 5 to start the game. I didn't think last night, I thought he took a little bit off his fastball. He was throwing more changeups at the basket, which is great. He kind of just throws it about 100 miles an hour at the rim for the first 3 months of the year.
Oh, yeah. His exit velo on his threes is aggressive.
And last night, there's a little bit of arc to it. It does get 3 inches above the rim. It gets more like 1.5 feet above the rim, which gives it a better chance to go in. But I do think offensively, this team can be spectacular. The other thing, too, is I'll pass this to you, Sean. I do think with what the Lakers did yesterday, Kyrie's now a Maverick the next 4 years.
Just from one night.
Because here's what they did. Malik Beasley makes next year $16 million. That's a team option. They're going to pick that up. You can't find better than Malik Beasley at that number. Rui Hachimura, are they just going to let him walk? So here's the deal. So here's the factual stuff of the Lakers. If they let every player on their team go, besides LeBron and Anthony Davis, they literally just say, you know what, we're letting all of these guys we traded for go. You can offer him $35 million max to start. So I think what LA did is after not getting Kyrie, they said, we are not giving up. And they went out and they got D'Angelo Russell and Beasley and Vanderbilt, and they'd already had Rui Hachimura. So they're going to bring all of those guys back.
They made a big mistake yesterday, in my opinion. Brian Windhorst said one of the fascinating aspects of the deadline are the Lakers still going to try to go for something or let that Westbrook contract expire and get Kyrie in the offseason. Right? Go ahead and sign him. But because of the LeBron pressure, you sit there and you make this move. It does what for you? Nothing. Is anyone really moving the Lakers anywhere in the West after this move? And now you've lost the Westbrook expiring contract to go and try to get another player in the offseason. I think they messed up with that.
Okay. I guess.
Do I have that money right and everything?
Yes. I think that now the Mavericks do not have the competition of the Lakers in the offseason.
Yeah, because because the money's less gone.
Right. And so if you look at it, if they exercise the option on Malik Beasley, which I think they will, because he's a 40% three-point shooter in his prime. Like, that's something LeBron needs on his team. And then you sign Rui Hachimura. You're done. You don't have any more free agent money. You can re-sign D'Angelo Russell because he's your own guy. You can go over the cap with your guy. But if you got to get under the cap, you can only get $35 million under, and you'd literally have 3 players on your team, which they would be great players, and then you'd have to sign 12 league minimum guys.
Now let's talk about the deal that happened overnight. What does Baskey think about Kevin Durant to the Suns? I want Mike to power rank the West, and what other trade deadline deals could be done today before the expiration. Final hour. Bassick on the NBA trade deadline. Mike Florio back to the NFL right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour Thursday edition. What are you doing, Bobby, on the Fan?
I'm rubbing Mike's cheek in my virtual background.
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting in the same chair that Kay Adams sat in. She's very small.
How was Corey with her? And do you legitimately
excited and nervous?
Do you legitimately believe she genuinely invited him on her show?
I bet she said that.
No, I know she said it.
Do you think it was a real?
She meant it.
No.
Okay, because she's had cowboy bloggers on.
Oh, then maybe so.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's
Ochoa.
kind of like when Stephen A. Smith's like, yeah, you guys can come on ESPN.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
All right, so Mike Bassick is in the #1 air hot seat, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros. Mike Florio is coming up at 9:20. Then we'll crosstalk with KMC. So we've talked about Kyrie, Mavs debut, awesome in LA beating the Clippers. Then you woke up. Were you awake for this?
I was awake. I was actually Walt the Barber, big-time listener. He is a streamer here.
Yeah.
He's
had better guests and more guests than we've had.
I am doing he asked if I'd do a post-game show with him yesterday. And I said, yeah, I'll do the post-game with you. So I'm in the hotel doing the post-game show, and he broke the news. Because I was on my phone, so I didn't see the breaking news. And so there is reaction on Twitter of me hearing the news live, and I was shocked.
Kevin Durant goes to the Phoenix Suns in exchange for 4 unprotected future first-round picks, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, and Jay Crowder. So now the Phoenix Suns don't just have a big 3. They have a big 4 with Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
Initial thoughts, Mike?
They're going to the Western Conference Finals for sure. I'm pretty sure they're going to the NBA Finals, and they are going to be very tough to beat. I will say this. I'm still picking the Boston Celtics to win the championship, even though Jason Tatum broke Jaylen Brown's face last night. Literally broke his face. But I can't see, unless Phoenix gets an injury to Chickenhead Booker or to Kevin Durant, I think they're going to the NBA Finals.
What do you think of the compensation?
I think it's fair on both sides. I think when you're trading for a guy in his mid-30s, I think there's a little bit of risk on Durant's health through this. He is getting paid approximately $50 million a year over the next 4 years.
That's high.
So I would go, all right, you guys want your kind of championship player because you guys are stuck in the mud in Phoenix? Then you got to give me 2 really good role players that are 25, 26, and 23. So, like, they're in their early to mid-20s. And then you're going to give me 4 draft picks. And I think it's fair on both sides. I hate it. Like, I hate it for the Mavericks because I think all of a sudden you started dreaming a little bit after last night.
Yep.
And then 30 minutes into your dreaming, then the Phoenix Suns say, well, this season, as long as we're healthy, I don't know how – I love the Mavs. I think the Mavs could make a run in the playoffs. I don't know how they'd beat Phoenix if they're healthy.
Well, it's a brutal team to go through now. If Booker – so Booker never plays well against the Mavs. If he's off, you just go to Durant.
Right.
If Durant's off, you just go to Chris Paul or Booker.
I know
Crazy.
your answer to this, I think, already. But if the Mavs – and not all the assets are the same.
Yeah.
If the Mavs could have given up the same type of deal for Durant that they did for Kyrie, which one would you have preferred?
It's a great question. It makes me think because obviously it's tough
nuts,
because
age.
We couldn't have done that.
Right.
But you would have to say, well, we're giving you Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, and really 2 draft picks. That's all you could offer. I guess you could have offered 3. I guess you could have gone 25, 27, and 29. So, gosh, in the moment, I guess Kyrie is 30. And now that the Lakers did what they did, I know I'm trying to put this all together. Yeah. I'm hoping that Jason Kidd, Nico Harrison, Luka Doncic, if you get 65 games a year from Kyrie Irving, then I do like Kyrie Irving better because I think he can, throughout this 4 to 5 years, be Kyrie Irving.
Oh yeah, he'll his ability to maintain his current level of play at his age is much better than Durant's.
Yeah.
All right. So your answer?
I can't believe I'm saying I'd lean to Kyrie Irving.
I knew my
last-
goal was to get you to say Kyrie.
Last week, I would have said I want nothing to do with Kyrie Irving, but
Yeah.
I guess I'm hopeful in that situation that you can build now a team around Luka and Kyrie. Now that Kyrie, it looks like almost in a weird way, has to sign back with the Dallas Mavericks.
All right, so since we're just having fun with Mavs versus Suns again, we're in Phoenix. Put the 4 in order of the top players in that series. My order is Luka, Durant, Kyrie, Booker. That's for a series.
Yeah.
And I realize a lot of people.
Unfortunately, then the next 2 guys become Suns. You know what I'm saying?
and
Paul.
Yeah.
Paul. Do you think Chris Paul's? I mean, is he about to be done?
I think yes, but now he becomes their 4th guy. I mean, Ayton recently is going for 30 and 15. I think that when you look at the history of the NBA, for the most part, in current day NBA, take out Olajuwon, Ewing, because they went 3 to 4 years to college. It does usually take big guys around age 25 to really find themselves. I know there's the rare thing, but when you're a kind of prototypical big guy, it kind of takes you a little bit of time, and Ayton's 24 years old, so I do think he's somewhat coming into his own. Now, all he has to do is be the 3rd guy there. So Chris Paul's just going to distribute, stay out of the way. Hey, you kick it to me and I'm wide open, I'll shoot the 3, which I think makes him valuable. And Chris Paul, I do think, is better than, would you say the Mavs' 3rd best player is Josh Green? So if you're comparing Josh Green to Chris Paul right now, obviously Josh Green's future is a lot brighter.
Put the 4 in order, the big 4.
I might lean to Durant if totally and completely healthy.
Wow.
Just because of experience. Then Luka, it's a very tough one for me. And then I would go Kyrie, then Booker. I'm not a fan of Booker. I understand how good he is, but I think Booker is a number 2. I don't think he's a number 1. I think, and he's perfectly fit now for Durant. I think, like Choppy said,
You think Devin Booker's a 2?
I do. I think a lot of pressure on him, and he'll wilt away. I think he has a little bit of in a little bit of a way. Harden's a number 2. Harden's whole career, every time there was pressure on him in do-or-die games or big-time situations, it was like he would go 6 of 23 from the field. And I think Booker has a little bit of that in him. If it's all on the line, I do think Luka's a number 1, right? You see him last year, everything's on the line, whether they won or lost against the Clippers or against Phoenix or whatever. He was going to put up like 40 points, 10 assists, and 14 rebounds or something.
Power rank the West.
Phoenix 1, Denver 2. I'll lean to Memphis at 3, but I think there's a 1-2. I do think there's almost like Phoenix is 1, Denver is 2, and then we get into like a whole bunch of like, what do you think? And I will lean towards Memphis at 3, Dallas at 4. How about that?
What do you like about Memphis over the Mavs?
I think when completely and totally healthy, they are a grinded out. They have
grindhouse.
Yeah, it's the grindhouse, right?
But that being said, obviously they have not been playing good basketball. They only have 1 star. So come playoff time, a lot is on Ja Morant. If Ja Morant kicks the ball, you're asking Desmond Bane to be Kyrie Irving, or you're asking Desmond Bane to be Devin Booker. That's a lot to ask out of a really good player. But that's the one thing about Memphis is now they have to look at this and go, how desperate are they right now or in the offseason to go, hey, the West just became a 2-star situation again. And the other thing, too, is I don't know about Denver right now in this. They have Bones Highland, who's shown a lot of promise in the NBA in 2 years. And Michael Porter Jr. has shown promise but gets hurt all of the time. But if you package Michael Porter Jr. and Bones Highland and 2 first-round picks to a team that's somewhat looking to rebuild, what can they get today?
Let's talk about other trade deadline possibilities. What are the rumors out there? Who are the names out there? And what do you think the Mavs could be looking at?
I do think in a bad way, Brooklyn is now going to trade Dorian Finney-Smith to a contender.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. I think RJ has the best possible explanation. Didn't the Nets make a mistake with the Mavs deal? Because you traded for win-now players, then you traded Durant. If they pull off the Laker deal, they have 2 more first-round picks and Westbrook's expiring contract. Yeah. I guess you could say, well, now you have 5 firsts versus 6 firsts, right? Because you got the Mavs first and 4 last night.
Right.
But why did you trade for the win now players with Durant leaving?
100%. They if they could have put the timeline in order and know that Kevin Durant was like, I'm not showing up to play with this team. They would have,
because they had to know.
They would have traded
when they traded Kyrie. They had to, right? Don't we all agree they had to know that Durant was next?
I don't know if they've read the room well for 3 years.
Maybe not, but my theory is that they thought they could salvage the Durant thing by getting, all right, Dinwiddie's not bad. I mean, I could deal with Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith.
Look what Luka did with these guys. He took them to the Final Four.
I just think you have to know if your superstar wants out or it's over.
Yeah.
You have to know that.
Because next year, Dinwiddie makes $20 million for Brooklyn. Next year, now, and I think Dorian Finney-Smith's on a very tradable contract, makes about $13.5 million. But to your point, if you just open up, and they might have been able to, let's be honest, they might have been able to with Lakers being desperate, they might have been able to attach like a Joe Harris contract to that or something. Been like, yeah, you get Kyrie, but we also want to attach another contract to it. And then all of a sudden you have in the offseason $45 million to spend on players. So I do think that they misread Kevin Durant's want to be in Brooklyn after trading Kyrie. And it's unfortunate for the Mavs because if they would have said, well, we're still not trading him to L.A., like the owner's like, we're still not trading him to him, they might have rather have had Christian Wood over Dorian Finney-Smith because he's an expiring contract.
Yeah.
And so now all of a sudden you would have sent Christian Wood there and had Dorian Finney-Smith still as a wing player here.
All right. Mike Bassick from the KMC Masterpiece with us. Mike Flores is coming up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. So other Mav possibilities or other trade deadline names and rumors?
I wonder, Christian Wood last night went in with 1 minute to go in the first quarter, and he did not look happy about it.
No.
He played well in the second quarter.
Behind JaVale McGee.
And then he came in with approximately 2 minutes left in the third quarter. And I don't think he is excited or happy. He was cheering with his team, don't get me wrong, but I think he sees the writing on the wall here. The coaches don't like him. I like Christian Wood. I would like to keep Christian Wood. I think he's a valuable player on an NBA team. The Mavericks coaching staff hates him.
Yep.
So I do think the Mavs are going to try very hard to move Christian Wood today for a piece that we think is worse than Christian Wood, but the coaching staff thinks fits better.
I thought this was like getting fixed after McGee got hurt and Wood started and produced. I thought we were getting past this. Then Wood gets hurt. He comes off the bench in his first game back. Bobby's like, that's a bad sign. I'm like, Bobby, you're overreacting.
Yeah, let him work
grease
his way
the
back
wheels.
in,
It's a conditioning thing. And then last night he comes off the bench again, and it's looking like Bobby might be right. It's good that Bobby wins all the bets on the show that don't involve money. But
true.
all the monetary ones I win. But Tim McMahon keeps talking about that they're shopping him and they want to trade him.
He has a horrible agent. He has the worst agent in all of basketball. You couldn't have a worse human being.
You know the
representing
agent?
Yes. He has Nasir Little and Christian Wood. He has 2 NBA basketball players over the last 10 years. Every basketball player that has been with it's their brothers. I forget their names. They've all left. They literally have 2 NBA basketball players. They got into the game somewhat through Stephon Marbury. And they're such horrible agents, can't negotiate contracts, tick off every front office.
10 sacks?
Yes. Nobody wants to work with these guys. I said this last week. Christian Wood, and I know he's not listening because he's on the road. You got to fire, and he's sleeping
that's
too.
why he's not listening.
You gotta fire those guys. You got if he wanted to be in Dallas, he should hire Bill Duffy. If he wanted to work out an extension and be with the Mavericks, he should have hired Bill Duffy. I was with CC Sabathia when he fired Tommy Tanzer in Minnesota. We were in the hotel, and Tommy Tanzer came knocking on his door, and we were supposed to go to the Mall of America and walk around and stuff. He's like, I can't leave my room because I don't want to talk to my agent because the Cleveland Indians said we cannot work a deal out with Tommy Tanzer. We don't like him. We don't want him. He fired him. He hired Scott Boras in the offseason. He got a deal done with the Cleveland Indians. So I'm not saying Christian Wood is CC Sabathia, but it happens. Organizations say we cannot work with this agent, and I think most teams have said we cannot work with Christian Wood's agent.
Dude, I am looking at his client list. I mean, 95% of them are overseas.
Yes. It's
China or Australia or Greece. I mean, this is insane. Or the G League.
And Nasir Little supposedly got a deal about 60% of market value because teams just didn't want to work with this agent.
Wow. The basketball machine, Mikey Bassick, sitting down with us. Thank you, Michael.
All right.
You're appreciated. Right here on DFW Sports Station, Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, stops by to talk a little trash. Next on The Fan. But when it comes to
employers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
And sitting down right now in the #1 air hot seat, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros, is our boy from ProFootballTalk.com, Football Night in America fame. He is the legal expert in this room, Mike Florio on 105.3 The Fan. What's up, buddy?
I have a feeling it's a very low bar to be the legal expert in this specific area.
You mean at this table or in the
yes,
room in
right
general?
Here.
Okay.
I don't know about the room. I haven't done the full sweep yet today, although I will say this. It's 8:24 local time, and this place is already flashing what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Today is that day where it's just nuts, and it gets nuts. It used to be Friday was the craziest. In recent years, I've noticed Thursday is even more because by Friday people realize it's crazy. I'm not going over there, so they'll come Thursday.
Do you like all this?
I don't know. Do I like it? I don't know. It's different. It's nice to come out and see people face to face. It's nice to – we have a set over there, and we've had people rotating in all week, and you get to sit down and talk to people that you otherwise text with or talk to on the phone. So there's value in being present. There's value in being around. It's just a weird feeling because it's been 3 years since the full-blown experience like this. And last year, I think it was more scaled down, but we had our set at the NFL Experience, which was like away from all of it. So I was only over in this one time last year. This is like that year of it's every day, every day, every day. But you like it, you get used to it, and then it's over.
Who's been your best interview?
Well, the best interview's yet to come, right? The week's not over yet. Justin Jefferson
what a
is
coach
later
mentality.
Today. Yes. The week's not over yet. Jalen Hurts, I learned that from him. Season's not over yet.
You're supposed to say CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb was excellent.
What did you get from him? What did he tell you?
Well, he is a staunch defender of his quarterback. Not quite the same way Terrell Owens once did. No sunglasses or fake tears. That's my quarterback. No, but he can't understand why there's so much criticism of Dak when others do similar things and they don't get that kind of criticism. I asked him about the last play of the 49ers game.
2 years ago? Why would he?
No, I asked him about the play.
Zeke snapping the ball.
Zeke snapping.
Center. Hello, do you watch the games?
Well, I know Jason Garrett asked us that one time.
Yeah, he did.
But
I wasn't sure. He said I wasn't sure he saw the game.
No more hee ha ha. But I asked him, what were you guys trying to do? And he said, well, what did you want us to do? I said, score a touchdown. I said, well, that's what we were trying to do.
Yeah.
But apparently, I thought they were setting it up for Turpin to get the ball and flip it back to Zeke. Because why the hell do you have Zeke snap the ball? And why do you have all these offensive linemen out there? At first, when I saw Zeke, I thought this is brilliant. Put 11 guys on the field who are familiar with handling the ball and running with the ball. You don't need blockers.
No.
It's a schoolyard play. But then they had offensive linemen. The whole thing didn't make any sense. But CeeDee was funny about that. So Jimmy Ward took down Turpin, as you know, and that was that. It was the most sudden and abrupt end to an attempted Stanford band play in the history of football.
And then I love that he was already on the ground and he tried to lateral after he's on the ground.
Where do you stand on Dak? Bobby is our resident Dak homer. He loves Dak so much he wouldn't speak to Dan Orlovsky yesterday. He walked off the set in a rage because he thinks Dan doesn't love Dak like he should be loved. Where do you stand on Prescott? And why are you picking your nails like that?
I'm nervous.
Oh my gosh, Florio!
This is a nervous habit.
Nervous. You're Mr. TV.
Well,
you're Mr. Football Night in America.
I don't
Mr.
have
Money
clippers.
Bags.
I don't have clippers with me, and I see this white ridge here, and it's making me nervous.
Bro, ravage these things,
hey,
Mike.
Listen,
show them on the fan
this
cam.
Isn't about
show
get
your
the
nail.
hell out of here. I'll show if I show a finger on the fan cam, you know which finger it's
you
gonna
can do
be.
it. We don't care.
No,
You're the one that has some stuff to lose.
This is how geniuses work. I do the same thing.
It's there you go. There you go.
God,
I bite mine.
But anyway, what were you asking
Dak.
me about? Oh, Dak, yeah. Dak does this to his nails too because he's under a lot of stress because people like Dan Orlovsky are dogging him all the time.
Yeah.
How are you with Orlovsky?
I don't know him. Okay. I don't know him.
What do you think of him?
I don't know. I don't pay attention. I stay in my own backyard.
You pay attention to everything. You pay attention to Schefter, everything Schefter does. You know all that stuff.
No.
Why are you acting like you're...
No. Nothing Dan Orlovsky tweets is relevant to what I do. He's not making news. He's not reporting news. He's an analyst. Nothing any analyst does is relevant to our space.
Fair.
And only if an analyst gets into something that rises above, where it's actually engaged and it's a back and forth and it's nasty, but that's all noise to me.
Okay.
I don't care about that stuff.
Okay.
I have enough analysts I work with.
Okay.
I have enough to do. So I have no opinion.
Speaking of an analyst you work with, why does Chris Sims button the top button on his shirts?
He's always done it.
I can't. I don't know how you work with it.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Tell him
You're the boss. Fire him.
Tell him to unbutton it.
He's always done
Dress
it.
code.
He's done it since he was 8 years old. At first, I thought like he had some crazy neck tattoo that he was trying to cover, but it's just what he's always done.
Is he a Jalen Hurts hater?
He's not a Jalen Hurts hater. He's a pragmatist, and his point has gotten skewed because if you want to view him as a hater, you could pick out words and ideas from what he says and say, oh, he's a hater. His point is that Jalen Hurts is different from Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, in that he's, and I hate to say system quarterback, but you've got two types of quarterbacks in the NFL. You have a quarterback that runs an offense. You have an offense that runs through a quarterback. And Dak Prescott is more of a offense that he runs. He's a quarterback who runs an offense. It's not like the offense is constructed for him. You got the running game. You know, with Mahomes, it's all about Mahomes. The running game is a supplement. With Josh Allen, it's all about Josh Allen. And that's just kind of the way it is. But Hurts is very good. He's a great leader. He's a great runner. He's a great presence. He has done a great job of having his personality infect the locker room in a positive way and get the most out of the team. I think he's great. And, you know, Chris has his opinion, and he made the comment before Hurts got injured that you put in Gardner Minshew and they'd be just as good, and we found out that they weren't just as good with Gardner Minshew. And, you know, Jalen Hurts just has an overall presence and attitude and skill set that combines to make a great quarterback. And it was unexpected. I think the Eagles didn't expect it. As recently as last year, the Eagles were exploring options elsewhere, including a certain quarterback who may play for the team in the city where we're sitting.
We're sitting in Phoenix.
Kyler.
Does it take that much work?
Mike, we've been up since 3:30. All right, we don't have drivers that pick us up. We don't have personal limos. That What car did you come over in here?
We don't have personal limos. We have employees who pick us up and bring us here.
Oh God!
Wow. That's paid employees for that.
Is that part of the criteria to work?
No,
Mike Florio driver.
They send a guy. They have two runners that are hired for the week, good guys. And they have rental cars, and they come and they get us, and they bring us here. I'm staying like 15 minutes away.
Are you going to have you been to any fancy dinners?
No, I don't know.
You stay in?
I stay in. We rented a house for the week, so we had a dinner at the house last night.
What cook?
No, we can't cook. Yeah, I cooked. I put on an apron and I cooked.
I know you grilled steaks. Order in.
No.
Okay.
You
catered it?
You have a caterer.
Because you posted
something. We have a caterer. Look at this.
Caterer. You posted something about food a while back. I thought I remember being impressed. Did you cook something or grill something?
I don't know.
It was a steak. Why?
Are you trying to? Are you messing with me?
No, you posted a steak.
Do we have a delay here?
You cooked something.
He's a food
I'm a food.
I cooked a steak that I thought looked awesome, and I made the mistake of putting it on Twitter because no matter
Never do
what
that.
it is,
See if
you can
no
find
matter
Big
what
mistake.
it is, it was cooked Pittsburgh rare.
Yeah.
I was not aware that it was Pittsburgh rare. It was seared on the outside, very red in the middle, and, of course, Twitter hated it. Twitter hates everything. But you know what? Here's what amazed me. I put up a video of my barn, 90-second tour of my barn on Saturday night before I left, Friday or Saturday, whatever it was. People love that, and it was like universal. It's like something's wrong here. Like this is a setup. There's no way this many people like this, but maybe Twitter does have the ability to unite.
It's not a real place, Twitter.
That's what Dave Chappelle says. It's not a real place.
You have a.
Is that the one on the fan cam there?
That's it. Good photo.
Pittsburgh rare.
Yeah,
right
I'm giving you props for that. I mean, it looks a little bit like salmon, but.
It's all right. It was good.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And it all ends up in the same place.
What legal advice would you give Michael Irvin?
Keep your mouth shut. It's too late for that.
Yeah.
I would have told him, don't say a damn word.
Did you hear or see what he said with us?
Yeah. Don't say anything. He's done.
Well, what if the video's going to determine that?
Well, the video's going to be very relevant, but if there's an allegation made by someone against him and his response is essentially, I was drinking so I don't remember, if there's a credibility fight between the witnesses, like that was the big issue in Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
If there's a fight between he said, she said, he's not saying anything anybody's going to be able to believe. He has no position to say it didn't happen. I don't know what happened. I was drinking. And you're right. The video, if the video is relevant, if
Yeah.
it's not grainy. You know, we assume all video is going to give us a conclusive answer to whatever question we need to have resolved. But
Right.
We'll see. We'll see what the video shows.
Is it assumed that if he says, I was drinking, that means...
Does that have to be proven still?
Well, no. Does
no.
it mean, like, hammered? Or, like, because if you had one drink, you could say I was drinking.
Right, but you heard how he said it, and
Yeah.
he laughed about it. Well, you know, we were out drinking, and that just puts you in a position where a skilled lawyer, if it ever results in someone being on a witness stand, answering questions, you will be grilled worse than that steak by a lawyer who knows how to ask questions. And could you see Michael Irvin trying to tap dance around a skilled litigator? Most people can't do it. 95% of the people out there, and I think the more rich and powerful and famous someone is, because they're not used to submitting, when you sit in that seat and you have to submit to questions from somebody you don't even know and they're good at it and they've done it for years, you're cooked. It's over. Whether it's an owner of a team, whether it's a high-profile player, whether it's anybody, you think you're going to win this, and you find out quickly you're not.
What do you think about all these people coming for Romo lately?
I haven't noticed a dramatic difference in Romo since he started as a broadcaster. I wrote about this the other day, and I have to be very careful because I can't comment on anyone who works with NBC, good, bad, or otherwise.
You can't?
I can't. What can I say? We're colleagues.
Yeah.
So I feel like if I can't do that, I shouldn't talk about people who work for other networks. I need to just opt out of the whole, this person sucks, that person sucks, this person sucks. If they're good, it's one thing. And look, we're blessed to have a great team at NBC. It's not like I would have anything bad to say anyway. But with Romo, I remember when he started, I was kind of like, what's all the hubbub, bub? I don't get it. He's loud. He speaks in incomplete sentences. he makes sound effects. Ooh, Jim!
Oh, Jim! Oh, Bobby is loving you right now.
And everybody thought it was great. Everybody thought it was great. He's no different now. What's changed? The only thing is he doesn't do the parlor trick where he tells you what the play is going to be.
Yeah.
Which he knew.
I love
because
that.
If you go to practice and if you study the team, you know what they're going to do out of given formation. If you were at practice and you saw the plays that they were walking through the day before the game or 2 days before the game, you know when you see this guy in the slot and this guy lined up wide, you know what play's coming. So I think I never heard this. I may have at some point. You know, the years go by and you kind of forget. I think he got some blowback from others in the industry who were like, dude, we could all do this too if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing this? You're making us look bad. We could do it too.
Yeah. What do you do?
Aikman just called him up, said to stop.
Well, Brian
Did he?
No,
Did he?
I'm just assuming.
Yeah, but I'm saying, it's like we all can do this if we want to.
Well,
so I look at it this. I don't know why all of a sudden there's an issue. Is it because he's not as plugged in as he used to be because the guys he played with aren't there anymore and it's not as obvious when you watch him? I don't know. But to me, he seems like the same guy he was in 2017 when everybody thought he was great. I don't know what's happened.
What does Fox do with this Brady Olsen dilemma?
Well,
Tom taking a year off.
I think when Tom retired, Fox initially believed as of next year, Tom was going to be number one and Olsen was going to be number two. So now Tom's going to take 2023 off. He hasn't completely slammed the door on playing this year. So we
what
still
did he say to keep that open?
I thought he said, done for good.
No, he said that last week. Then on Monday, he was on with Colin Cowherd, and Cowherd asked him some question along the lines of, so there isn't even a 1% chance you'd come back? And he didn't answer the question. He evaded it. And then on his podcast Monday night, he said, I know I can still play. I still want to play. It's just time to stop. And here's what I think's going on. In an attempt to psychoanalyze Tom Brady. And look, I've wrestled with the whole ethical dilemma of, is it fair to comment on his divorce? Is it fair to comment on these issues? Well, when you're that high profile and you have a huge social media platform and you use it to sell everything under the sun, from crypto to underwear and everything in between, and your wife is a high-profile person with a big social media following, there's a point where you just accept it. And he has said he's got no problem with it. So with all that as the disclaimer, I think last year him continuing to play opened the argument that you're a bad husband. And we saw what flowed from that. This year, if he plays, I think he's setting himself up to be accused by the person who used to be his wife that he still has to deal with all the time. She's the mother of 2 of his kids.
Yeah.
You're being a bad father. And that cuts a different way. You guys have kids?
Yeah.
Anytime that question comes up of whether you're being a bad father, that's the knife straight into the pancreas, twisted around to the gallbladder, ripping out a few other organs. And I think that the test now is, are you a good father? Prove you're a good father and salvage something about your personal life. And so I think that's what's driven him to not play. We'll see how he feels when July rolls around. That's what Brett Favre said in April of 2008 to David Letterman. I was watching the show that night, and he said, I don't know how I'm going to feel when July rolls around. I was like, holy crap, this guy is coming back. So I still think there's a chance he comes back.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Football Night in America.
You're running me off already? You're playing me off?
Well, you
wrapping me up, or is this a reset?
It's not a reset.
You're wrapping me up.
It's goodbye.
Up.
Well,
Wow.
You said you got places to be.
No, I don't have anywhere to be. I came over here an hour and 15 minutes earlier than I would have. I had some wine last night. So it was not easy. If you're getting up when that alarm went off, and I still honored my commitment, and you gave me a chance to back out. You texted me, are we still good? And all I had to say is, no, we're not.
Man, there are at least 3 people here who just walked in last night's attire. I can tell you that right now.
I'm wearing today's attire. This is my Thursday get-up. I've had this thing for years.
That thing needs to
it's
go.
ratty.
It does.
You're way too rich for that.
I've got the big PFT thing on the back that I'm going to be self-conscious about today because I'm going to be sitting over there and people are going to be, what the hell does that guy have on his back? But this is my Thursday ritual. You have to be an insider. You have to be part of the PFT planet to understand I wear this every Thursday.
You should get a new one, and on the back, put your Twitter handle as like your name.
Mike Florio might
he's trying to get me off.
He might stick around for
crosstalk.
crosstalk. Mike Florio, hard break. We all are our own bosses, Mike. All right, I work for someone.
You guys don't pay me anymore, so I don't give a shit.
Oh, we're next. Cut him off, DJ. Sean Shreve here for Trajan Wealth. Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Mikey Bassick already gave us a ton of Kyrie discussion. We got Kevin Hagelin. We got Corey Majors. What do y'all have coming up?
Hall of Famers, guys. Today is the show of Hall of Famers. We have, yesterday, hold on, sorry.
Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, so Hall of Famer today, Emmitt Smith will be joining us. We'll also have Earl Campbell and Tony Dorsett. Rondé Barber is on the way today as
the
well.
show of expired position.
Yes.
And Brian Urlacher.
Hold on, running backs?
Yeah.
Yeah, running backs are expired.
As we have
So are
Sean
linebackers.
Alexander.
Yeah, but Sean Alexander did one thing, okay? He paved the Gators, okay?
He paved the Gators?
He beat the Gators, allowing us to go to the SC Championship game.
Okay.
I'll never forget it. I love him for it every day.
When you say us,
Tennessee.
You're talking, okay, not about
Look
the
out,
collective
Metroplex.
us City.
Here
Guys.
we
All right, yeah. So, yeah, we got that going on today. Really excited about that. And, man, the Mavs, like, were the great.
Are you not going to tell the Hall of Fame conspiracy story?
You go ahead.
We wonder if Darren Woodson has already been informed about the Hall of Fame because yesterday Tyler Klutz came up to him and he goes, "You gonna tell him? You gonna tell him?" And he was smiling. He's like, "No." And they were like all smiling. So we were trying to figure out if.
Oh my gosh!
I
will cry.
I know
I might cry
statistically
for Darren.
people are saying it won't happen.
Darren
but-
Woodson was one of my favorite players of all time.
Have you met him?
We're at Top Golf.
Yeah.
So here's what happened yesterday. Tim Collins goes, I was like, "Hey, Darren Woodson's over there." And he walks over and he's like, "Hey, you think you can come over and be on the show?" And he's like, "I'm completely booked." And he was like, "All right, well, let's let Corey and Kevin know." And he was like, "For those guys, I'll be there in just a second." And so he came over and hung out with us.
I doubt it went like
We
that.
have been on a campaign trail to get him in the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
The entire time, and he knows that.
He did some stuff too to help.
Yeah, he
but
also knows a lot of people
like
that work
he
with
had
my
a Hall
wife.
of Fame career.
Sure.
Which that may help his case a little bit more. But
Yeah.
I support it.
It's like pretty close.
1 and 1A.
I missed Seth Rollins, the wrestler, yesterday, though.
Oh, yeah, we were here during him.
I saw him walk by, but we're in the middle of an interview, and I didn't want to be like, "Hey, I need to go talk to that guy."
Would he have been your number one seed in here to get?
I think so. I don't know how much appeal that has, because every time we talk about wrestling, I know people get upset. Like, that would have just been my personal number one.
Why don't you just take the headset off and scream Seth freaking Rollins?
Yeah, it feels really disrespectful to the guest we had in front of us, but, you know.
I guess we got my number one, and that was Kay. And
and
she,
now you're her
delivered.
number one.
Yeah, and she delivered, man. She was great.
Did it meet all your expectations?
I mean, I wish I could have talked to her for like another hour.
Was she cool?
She did invite us over to her show, so we got to make our way over there, go have some tequila with her, and be on her show.
So if she delivered on the show, did your wife deliver divorce papers?
No, she did not.
Okay.
I did. So she gave us beanies and a goodie bag yesterday, and so I laid all the goodies out, and I said,
"Yeah, you did."
My friend Kay sent these for the kids, so I'm bringing these home to the kids." And she was like, "Your friend Kay," and I was like, "Ah."
Did you do the Shams bit we told you to do?
No, because honestly, like,
Did you bring up Shams?
It moved too fast for me, Sean. I don't think we did.
He was doing his own.
Was he nervous?
It moved. I did. Yeah, did you hear it?
What do you mean it moved too fast? It was literally just supposed to be the opening line when you asked her a question.
I didn't have the opening line.
Oh,
He tripped up on his first part, but after that, he was money. She was engaged in the conversation.
You need to get Peyton to find it, because I'm pretty sure it did kind of go something along the lines of, and Kevin goes, "You'll have to forgive my friend here." So that was that moment. But yeah, no, man,
He did really well.
great.
She was excellent.
Have you figured out why you did not get served at the restaurant last night?
This was
They forgot. I know the guy came back and he goes,
She already put it in.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
coming.
But yeah, they totally forgot. That was my number one takeaway from it.
So
that place was meh anyway.
Did you then tip?
Oh, thanks.
Low
I'm
because
set
of
it up. Appreciate it.
I thought it was awesome. I really
I'm
enjoyed
sorry.
it.
It was really slow.
You should set it up
and-
next time.
The,
It was slow.
It was slow. The ranch water was tremendous. It's very, very good. Very hot though. Very excited.
Chi-Chi loved whatever
Very-
beer he had.
Oh, yeah, the church beer?
Yeah, he thought that was
I ended up having one of
fantastic.
those. I thought it was good. The beer I'd ordered before was better, though.
Oh, beer snob.
Yeah, I am a bit of a
So
beer
you
snob.
regret going?
No, because I got to this is going to sound really dumb.
Yeah, fake.
No, it's not fake. I enjoyed hanging out with you guys far more than I enjoyed the place. So I thought that was really fun.
Dude, all right.
I knew that was going to happen. I
Whole
really
house-
did.
Aw.
I really did.
How are we going to tell the story of the Uber driver appropriately? Because I don't know how that started, but Dawson may have delivered the moment of the night last night. Maybe do we need to wait until crosstalk with them? I don't know how we
Nah,
deliver this.
we
Okay.
can tell both times,
All right,
4 hours
yeah,
apart.
All right.
I just thought on the way over, we were talking about the weirdest things, and I
Weird.
thought being an Uber driver would be the worst because you have to listen to all these nonsensical conversations and stuff. And Dawson was like, oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to do it. So we came up with an idea for the TV show or movie, Gavin Dawson, 1.2-star Uber driver. We can get a catchier title, but that's essentially the plot synopsis, is people start talking, and he's like, hey, will you be quiet? Or he puts up his own partition, or he turns up the radio,
Yeah.
and he has a really low rating, but everybody gravitates towards him because they want to be insulted by Gavin Dawson, the Uber driver.
It's like a Dick's Last Resort. Of
Yes,
Uber drivers.
yes.
Okay.
And so we get in the Uber on the way back. We're talking for, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds. The Uber driver cranks up the music.
Hell
And
yeah.
We all just
that's
start laughing. And Dawson just kind of shakes his head. He's like, that's what I would have done. And I thought, I get it. I get it.
I think the driver can set their own settings. His was just ask you, like, he prefers quiet.
Oh.
I think they
The driver can do that?
I've
I know
al-
you can.
No.
You can say, hey,
Customer's
I don't
always
want
right.
anything.
Customer's always right,
I've
man.
always said Dawson's probably the biggest nightmare at the station to have like a 5-hour road trip with.
Because he has specific preferences.
Certain people are just comfortable in silence. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He is too, isn't he?
Oh, Gavin's a type like he could just be quiet the whole time.
Right.
And I'm trying to think who else could be on that list. 5-hour road trip.
That's a long time.
Mike got on me when we were driving from Oxnard to the airport just to the hotel. It was like an hour, and he was like, he didn't like that I was just wanting to play music the whole time because he wanted to talk. Mike does. It's like, I thought we were doing music.
You're
like,
number 2.
I talked on the plane the whole time.
Yeah, but I could see that he was wearing you out on the airplane.
No, it wasn't the airplane. It was the ride to the media party. I just couldn't take it anymore. I think it was maybe Adderall related. You just wouldn't shut up.
Oh my god!
And you were so loud too. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Choppy? Could you hear him on the plane? Could you hear his voice? Does he?
And are you turning up and down Bobby's volume while you
Yeah.
ask that question?
So-
He's like,
does he come across as a loud talker?
No, so on the plane, I
Because
was.
you and I are loud.
We are, but you guys were 2 rows in front of me, and
Yeah.
I was right behind me, like behind my shoulder, is where the gas line was for the plane, like the wiring. You could hear it.
Okay.
You could hear it flowing. It was so loud in that seat. And I was right next to the engine, so I couldn't hear a thing. But I saw him just yap, 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 and then your face. You had your hands up with the thing, and you're like, you're nodding. You're just nodding the entire time. Like, yeah.
Okay.
But
as
the
I
media
recall
party
it,
was a beatdown.
As I recall the plane, I was watching Twister, and then you would say something, and I took my headphones off, and eventually I was like, I guess I'm not going to watch the movie. We'll
No, the
talk all
plane
time.
was nowhere near. I can't get offended. The plane was nowhere near a problem. I just think he was really excited, or the Adderall kicked in for the media party or before the media party.
We were listening to music. I was just
It was-
into that.
Yeah.
Kevin,
Well,
I don't think we've ever traveled before where we've sat next to each other a number of times where people haven't gravitated towards like our conversation and wanted to be involved. It's wild.
wow, what an arrogant thing to
It's
say.
absolutely it happens all the time.
That was like one of the most
We get on an
arrogant things
airplane.
I've ever heard.
No, it's the truth though. We get on an airplane and we'll not talk for maybe 20, 30 minutes, and Kevin will read a book and I'll be napping or whatever, and then I'll wake up and I'll have some random ass question about being up in the air or something, and Kevin will be like, oh, and he's thinking about it, and then all of a sudden somebody will lean over and be like, I think the same thing, and it's just every time we travel, somebody wants to be involved with us.
so the one I remember is the divorced guy telling us.
Choppy?
No, telling us
He has
about
been
how
divorced.
crazy
been, yeah.
Tinder is, and he just was like, man, like as soon as I don't even know if we landed yet, but he was like, I'm turning the airplane mode off. We're talking and everything, and he's like swiping through Tinder, and he goes, you guys know Tinder? And I was like, I mean, sure, we've heard of the concept.
Yeah.
We live in the world. And he goes, I got divorced, I don't know what he said, like 18 months ago. And he goes, this place is crazy. He goes, I haven't dated in 25 years, these girls do the freakiest thing that you would even. And he's just going on and on. We just met that guy.
Yeah, you guys don't know what it's like to be out there. You don't want any part of what's out there now.
No.
You need to be a freak.
Yeah.
You need to be someone like me to be out.
Sure.
You can't be out there in today's world. You don't know what's going on. I can't even say it on the radio.
Was it a shock even for you when you found out what was happening?
Well, I've never been on these apps, but
Okay.
like just being single, like what the girls are into now. Well, first of all, you thought they were.
Shame that we have to break. It
You
really
thought
is.
you thought they were in control before. You have never seen what kind of control they have now.
There's so much literature.
Control?
In terms of being in control of the relationship, you have no idea.
Oh.
They are doing exactly to men what men did for centuries. They're cutting you like that, just cutting you off.
Like you mean in terms of speaking, right?
Speaking, anything, they will treat you like the piece of meat, which I like. I'm into that.
This sounds like
and then,
a
of
future
course,
discussion we need to have.
You know,
This is your first segment tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is this the?
They also
break?
like to do other things, which someone in their 40s or 50s wasn't accustomed to doing back in the day. Now it's expected. You better do it because if you ain't, someone else is.
We're back tomorrow morning
with more of that.
This is the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Are you guys having fun?
Odyssey masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. It is the day of running backs and the day of Hall of Famers, as we will have on Tony Dorsett, Earl Campbell, Emmitt Smith, and Brian Urlacher. It's going to be a fun day. However, there was a time when I just assumed we would start the show with the Mavericks, and we can still start the show with the Mavericks if you like, but then Phoenix went off and made a ginormous trade.
Screw this city.
How much of that attention did that take away from Kyrie's debut with the Mavs in the win and over the Clippers?
A lot. I turned on the TV. Nobody was talking about Kyrie Irving last night.
Yeah.
It all had moved to Kevin Durant is in Phoenix. Obviously, they were saying after the Kyrie trade and Kyrie's debut, it was great. It was really fun to watch the Mavs play more NBA-style basketball. I love Luka Doncic. He's an unbelievably great player, but it can be somewhat boring basketball to watch a team walk the ball up the court for 48 minutes.
Yeah.
And so to watch a team play at that pace, to have that energy on defense, to have some ball movement, to actually look like you're running more plays than just you take the ball, we will pick for you while three guys watch and stand. I really enjoyed last night's game, but I will say 20, 30 minutes after the game was over, all focus went to, oh no, I was really feeling like, could the Mavericks, with Luka on this team and everything work out? Could they make the NBA Finals?
Oh, my
Mike,
gosh.
you're aiming too low, baby.
Well,
say it.
I don't know, because Jason Tatum broke his friend's face last night, so that helped. If you're looking at that. I was watching the game before that, and I was like, ooh, that doesn't look good. And Jason Tatum's like, yeah, I accidentally broke his face. He literally broke his face. But, no, I do think that Boston's still the best team in the NBA. But watching the Mavs last night was so fun. Josh Green made life a living hell on Kawhi Leonard in the first half.
Yes, he did.
It was weird they switched Reggie Bullock onto him in the third quarter, and Reggie was doing his best. It's just that was a weird deal for me. I was like, can't we keep Josh Green on him? He seems to really not like this guy on him.
My theory on that, Mike, is it goes back to whenever the Mavericks were making their run to the championship, and it would be Kidd for a little bit, Marion for a little bit. They kept putting different size people, and that goes back to the way the Spurs would even treat Dirk, where they'd throw a big guy at him, and then they'd say, all right, now Bruce Bowen could get up underneath him. So I think it was more just give him different things to look at so that he's not consistent. And maybe that takes
He did make a shot. I mean, he missed a shot. I'm sorry. He went 6 of 7 against Reggie Bullock in that quarter. I'm not ragging on Reggie. Reggie obviously had an unbelievable start to the game.
It was crazy.
You couldn't have asked for – there's nobody to rag on that game. That was almost a pure, close to perfect game from everybody in that game. Yes, they had turnovers. Yes, the game, it wasn't perfect. They didn't win by 40 points, but everybody played their role close to perfection. Even JaVale McGee.
He was getting rebounds and stuff.
He ain't McGee. Last night, for 6 minutes and change, he was